Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 9:43 a.m. on Wednesday, January 29th, 2025. We are conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council's website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibilities for matters affecting the judiciary and legal systems, matters affecting criminal law, procedure and justice, juvenile justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, civilian police oversight, access to justice, family law, probate and estates, fire, emergency medical services, and 911 and 311, homeland security, adult corrections, forensic science, fatality review and medical examination, victim service and justice grants, child support, government ethics, and issues related to women. Today, we begin a series of performance oversight hearings over these agencies that are critical to our public safety ecosystem, and we are beginning today with the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, which we lovingly refer to as OVSJG. Before diving into performance oversight and our review of OVSJG, I would like to first make some big picture comments about the work of this committee as we look forward. Last committee period, we made significant progress in reducing crime and protecting DC residents so that more of our residents can feel safe and secure. We saw reductions in violent crime by 35% over the year before, and the lowest reported violent crime numbers the Metropolitan Police Department has reported in 30 years. We've also seen major improvements to our critical public safety agencies, including OUC, where we work together to fill critical staffing positions, publicly share data, and make sure that we reduce any errors. We witnessed the reaccreditation of several units of the Department of Forensic Sciences, including the recent reaccreditation of fingerprinting. We will continue the work and progress that has gotten us to this point with additional legislation, oversight, and budget investments, as well as our engaged work with the community and agencies to drive forward these needed improvements to public safety outcomes. And the grants that OVSJG provides and our work with advocacy organizations who do this important work on behalf of our residents are equally as important to having a safe and thriving city. OVSJG is an agency that plays a critical role in our efforts to support DC residents and communities. OVSJG's mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. In fiscal year 2024, OVSJG distributed millions of dollars in grants to community-based organizations to support returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and victims of other violent crimes, as well as to support K-12 student attendance. OVSJG is the state administering agency responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research, training, and technical assistance. OVSJG also provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system and evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. This is done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which includes 5 appointed youth members, and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. We know there's a lot of confusion and concern right now with the impacts of the order from the White House to freeze federal funding. While a federal judge has temporarily stayed this order, today we're going to be talking about how we can ensure that our agency's programs will be impacted against this backdrop and make sure we're all doing all we can to support this important work. I will look forward to discussing OVSJG's continued work to ensure that all funds available are awarded to grantees in a timely fashion and are monitored robustly. I'm interested in understanding how the agency decides priorities for fundings with deobligated, unspent, or surplus funds, and we'll be checking in on the agency's funding strategies and grant administration practices. I remain interested in learning how OVSJG is measuring where the greatest demand for services is, where the district should be prioritizing additional resources, and what the impact of the existing grant program is. Finally, I'm hoping to hear specific timelines for implementation of the expanded private security camera program created in my Secure DC omnibus of last year. Working alongside many in the community and the agency, my team and I were glad to make much progress last year with OVSJG, resolving and removing the no-cause termination clause from the grant agreements last year. We made progress in the issue of mortgage payments, allowing for these payments in a BSA subtitle last year, which allows the Shelter and Transitional Housing for Victims and Domestic Violence Fund to be used for mortgage payments and debt relief as operating expenses, covering the full housing continuum, including affordable housing and permanent supportive housing units for survivors of domestic violence, which is an extremely important part of this work and a great need that we still have in our city. Although this fund has been empty, this subtitle offers the blueprint moving forward on how the agency can use these local funds to subsidize these types of payments. For today's hearing, we're going to first hear from our public witnesses and then turn to our government witnesses. We have quite a few public witnesses here today. Everyone will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. I will also note that will be standard for all of our performance oversight hearings this year. All public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. Please make sure to submit your written testimony for the record. And I ask for everyone's help in monitoring the clock so I don't have to cut you off when you're in the middle of your most important sentence. I want to personally thank my colleagues for standing in for me today for part of today's hearing. I have a funeral that I need to go to, and so my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Felder, will be stepping in to chair this hearing at 10:30, and after that, around 11:30, my at-large colleague, Councilmember McDuffie, will be chairing the hearing for about an hour after that, and then I will return. I'd now like to invite my colleagues for any opening statements that they may have, and I'll turn to my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Felder.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for kicking off today's performance oversight hearing on the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I would like to thank Director Porter and members of her team for their leadership and dedication to OVSJG. I'm eager to hear from them later today. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the public witnesses joining us today to hear their thoughts and experiences with OVSJG. As a member of this committee and the council member for Ward 7, I'm laser focused on strengthening the district's overall public safety ecosystem, which requires discussions such as the one that we're having today. Ward 7, like many communities across the district, is home to residents who are directly impacted by crime, violence, and the effects of trauma, which is why we as the district should not only work to support victims, but also foster stronger community relationships that lead to better public safety outcomes. While I recognize that OVSJG has made strides in providing critical victim services and justice grants throughout the district, unfortunately, overlooked and underserved communities of color continue to face challenges that demand further attention. Specifically in Ward 7, where residents still experience disparities in access to resources that aid in recovery and support. I look forward to discussing both the successes and areas where improvements are needed within OVSJG. It is critical that the office continues to adopt and respond to the unique challenges that we face in Ward 7, while also considering broader shifts that may impact the work that we do, especially in light of the recent challenges at the federal level. Thanks again, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. I would now like to invite our first panel of public witnesses to come up. For all the panels, the first person I call, if you can sit on my right, the first left seat, and then we'll go in order this way. Nancy Drain, Aracelis Gray, Sean Snyder, Kathy Seisel. And as a reminder to please turn on your microphone when you're speaking, which is located on the button in front of it. We will begin today with Nancy Drain, the Executive Director of the DC Access to Justice Commission.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm glad to introduce testimony today that you will hear about the impact of the Access to Justice Initiative, which, as you know, is funded through OVSJG and administered by the DC Bar Foundation. This committee has consistently championed the initiative, first by creating it in fiscal year 2007, and we are especially grateful for the committee's support in reversing cuts that the program has experienced in the last several fiscal years. Today, you'll hear testimony that will demonstrate the wide breadth and deep impact of the initiative. With my time today, I wanted to introduce the initiative and its components to you just to frame the testimony that you will hear. The first component of the program is the Access to Justice Grants Program. This addresses the demand for civil legal aid in the community quite widely. It promotes language access through an interpreter bank and supports the Bar Foundation's efforts to make legal services more accessible and collaborative. The second aspect of the program is the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, a mouthful, but in essence, this is a program that provides legal support in eviction-related matters. And the third aspect of the program is the DC Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program. This is a recruitment and retention tool to keep high-quality, diverse, and experienced lawyers here in the community by providing loan assistance to them. The initiative is a critical part of the district's strategy to address community priorities that this committee, that the mayor, that the council all share. Stable neighborhoods, it promotes public safety and economic opportunity. It makes the district a safer place for people to thrive. It's a highly effective program with a long track record of success. You will hear today about the impact both on individual lives, but also on the community through this program. This is a critical program because unlike our criminal justice system, there is no right to legal help in civil matters. These are matters that impact everybody's day-to-day lives, their family, their personal safety, their economic stability. Every day, the initiative-funded staff at over 30 nonprofit organizations are in the community across all 8 wards. What does this mean practically? They're representing tens of thousands of people in individual cases. They operate courthouse-based programs that provide on-site services. They staff legal helplines, legal clinics, and community education programs in the community. They partner with district agencies and other nonprofits, including health systems. And most importantly, they facilitate relationships with pro bono attorneys to maximize their impact by bringing in volunteers. This program furthers your holistic view of public safety. It is essential to the district, and we look forward to hearing more about it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Train. Aracelis Gray, Director of Programs, DC Bar Foundation.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Aracelis Gray. I'm the Director of Programs with the DC Bar Foundation, which is the leading funder of civil legal aid in the District of Columbia. I want to share my appreciation to the Council for its investment in the Access to Justice Initiative and to OVSJG and Director Porter and their continued support as we manage this essential program. As Nancy indicated, the Access to Justice Initiative is comprised of 3 key programs, and I'll focus primarily on the impact and the data that we have that speak to each of those programs. So first, the Access to Justice Grant Program. In the first half of FY24, for which we have data, our grantee partners served over 19,000 DC residents. That's an increase of 16.4% from the same time period in FY23, and really speaks to the increased need for these services. As a result of this work, children with special needs receive educational and medical resources to help them thrive. Women with an abusive partner are able to obtain protective orders and access resources to help them rebuild their lives. But those are just some of the examples of the impact and benefits of the program, and you'll hear more from the testimony today. But Access to Justice grants also allows us to invest in systems change in collaboration with other OVSJG grantees. As a result of our partnership with those grantees, we have been able to develop a pilot of the DC Resource Bridge, which is a coordinated intake and referral system that will make it easier for DC residents to access legal aid. We expect to fully launch the DC Resource Bridge in FY25 and are very excited about that initiative because we have received feedback from hundreds of DC residents about the need for that resource. The other program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, is a program that we are closely evaluating and monitoring. Our latest CLCPP report, which tracked data from January to June 2024, show that partners closed 2,241 cases. That's a staggering 30% increase from the same time period in 2023. Moreover, the data shows that 76 to 81% of tenants facing eviction and represented by one of the CLCPP grantee partners retain possession of their unit. And approximately 89 to 92% of those facing voucher terminations could retain them with legal help. The Loan Repayment Assistance Program has allowed us to help attorneys living in DC repay their student loans, which allows them to continue in the legal aid profession. This has been beneficial not only to those individuals, but also to the organizations who hire them. I want to conclude by reiterating that every DC resident deserves to have somewhere to go when facing a crisis. They deserve fair and equal access to justice, and funding from OVSJG has created those opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Sean Snyder, President of DC Bar and DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Good morning, Committee Chair Pinto, Councilmember Felder. My name is Sean Snyder. I'm the president of the DC Bar. We are the largest unified bar in the country with 120,000 members in DC and nationwide. Those attorneys provide more than 900,000 hours of pro bono service each year. This demonstrates an incredible commitment among our community to providing these services, but it takes funding to make it happen. In addition to serving as DC Bar president, I have the honor of serving as the president of the board of directors of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the district and a proud recipient of Access to Justice Initiative funding. I'm here today on behalf of the DC Bar, its leadership, its members, and the Pro Bono Center to express our heartfelt gratitude to this committee and the entire council for your steadfast support to the Access to Justice Initiative. This funding is crucial, especially given the increasing demand for legal assistance in our community and the limited resources available. The Access to Justice Initiative is indispensable in ensuring that all DC residents, particularly those with low incomes, have equal access to the justice system. The attorneys representing these clients depend on the district's robust network of legal service providers, like the Pro Bono Center, for the training, mentorship, and support necessary to ensure their ability to help those in need. With your support, those attorneys make a meaningful difference in people's lives. The Access to Justice Initiative has been particularly transformative for the work we do at the Pro Bono Center. Each year, we provide legal services to over 21,000 low-income individuals and assist more than 5,000 nonprofit organizations and small businesses that serve district neighborhoods. Since 1993, we've worked alongside volunteer attorneys to represent thousands of tenants in housing cases. In 2024 alone, we assisted over 1,000 tenants and small landlords through the Landlord Tenant Resource Center, a collaboration with the DC Superior Court. And the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network served over 2,100 individuals in 2024 alone. Moreover, we've expanded services with programs such as the Family Law Assistance Network, which provides vital support for individuals navigating family law issues like divorce, child custody, and child support. We're proud to have assisted over 1,300 individuals in 2024 through those initiatives. Continued support from the Access to Justice Initiative has also enabled us to address critical gaps in services like estate planning and public benefits. Last year, your funding enabled us to launch the Future Planning and Probate Program, which assists clients in protecting their families' futures and preserving the assets they worked so hard to build. Additionally, the initiative will help us fund a program to assist individuals with disabilities in navigating the complex Social Security system to access and maintain benefits. The funding you provide through the Access to Justice Initiative isn't just a financial contribution. It's an investment in the lives of people in our community. On behalf of the DC Bar and the Pro Bono Center, I want to thank you for your continued dedication to ensuring equal access to justice for all DC residents. We strongly encourage you to continue supporting civil legal services as this funding is critical to creating a fairer and more just community for everyone. And I would also like to thank the other advocates in the room for all the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kathy Seisel, Director of Special Legal Projects, Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. Good morning, Good morning, Councilperson Felder. My name is Kathy Zazel. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Director of Special Legal Projects at Children's Law Center and a Commissioner on the Access to Justice Commission. Children's Law Center believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony today. I want to thank the council first for continuing the funding level last year and talk about how today the funding is the cornerstone of legal services in DC and helps to keep DC safer by ensuring that survivors of domestic violence can safely leave their batterers, saves DC money by keeping children out of the ER for their asthma, by ensuring landlords have to make needed repairs, keeping homes healthier and safer, and preserving our affordable housing stock by ensuring that it doesn't decline further due to conditions, that it helps children have successful futures, making sure they get the educational services they need, and protects the housing of thousands of DC residents each year by preventing them from being evicted. At Children's Law Center, these funds fund part of our medical legal partnership, an innovative collaboration that puts attorneys in the treatment teams at Unity Healthcare, Children's National, and Mary Center. The majority of our clients in these programs come from wards 5, 7, and 8, and are referred to us for needs with housing conditions, education, and other critical legal needs for their children. The data that we've learned from doing these thousands of cases over the years tells us that our housing remediations save Medicaid about $10,000 on average and can save over $40,000 for children who utilize the ER frequently. We know that giving a child the educational services has long-term impacts on their job prospects and often allows our clients to return to work because they're not going to school so frequently for their children. In my written testimony, I have several stories of our clients sharing how the Children's Law Center has impacted both their children's education and their children's asthma because of their housing conditions. The Access to Justice grants also helps children get long-term stability at Children's Law Center by providing families legal counsel in complex custody cases. We ensure that children's trauma is, we help prevent trauma and provide a pathway for long-term success in that way. We also want to highlight that we're working in whole building cases, helping that whole buildings get meaningful repairs done, preserving affordable housing stock. These grants are essential both for Children's Law Center's work and for the city at whole to make DC safer and healthier. And we thank OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation for their administration and the council for their continued collaboration with all of us on this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony and for the important work that you do throughout the year. I have a couple of questions. This I'm actually kind of curious all of your perspective on. As we look at kind of where we were following the pandemic with the needs deepening and all of the work that you've been engaged in over the last couple of years, in this past fiscal year, have you seen those needs shift at all in terms of the types of funding that feels of greatest need or the types of issues that are being presented to you? We can start with Ms. Drain and go down the table.
That's a great question. You know, what we've heard from providers is that the need has actually stayed fairly stable or even continued to increase. So in our testimony, for example, we shared some information from domestic violence providers where they're seeing increases from the prior few years in the number of clients that are coming to them for help. We also see in data around the number of evictions in the community that we're sort of back to pre-pandemic levels of eviction. As you know, that dipped a little bit because of protections that were put in place that stayed evictions. So, you know, I think that there's a sense that the pandemic was sort of the height of need, and that's not what we're seeing. We're really seeing that need has continued to stay high and in some areas increasing. But I'm interested in what Ms. Gray will add to what I said.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, I agree. That's a great question. And we certainly have heard the same thing from our grantee partners that the need the needs have not abated. It's, in fact, the needs are greater and there are needs of a different nature in some instances. So we know, for example, specific to family law, that those needs are increasing. This year alone, the Family Law Network received 358 referrals, which is the highest number they've received even and that was just for 6 months. And so that's higher than what they received for all of 2023. There are needs related to new technology or the use of technology, right? We know that government agencies, everyone is relying very much on technology. So for example, a lot of the population may not have access, elderly population may not have access, may not know how to use the technology. And so that means that they may not be receiving access to the services that they need and they don't even know where to begin. So I would certainly say that again, to reiterate what Nancy said, that the needs have increased. They have not been, they are no lesser than they were pre-pandemic or during the pandemic, I should say.
Sure. Thank you so much. And as you answer, I'm just specifically curious, not necessarily as a whole number of need versus need, but the types of needs, if you're seeing those change.
Well, I can sum it up by saying ditto to what they said. It's almost counterintuitive to think about, but during the pandemic, it seemed as if things sort of paused for a while. And since the pandemic, to their point, we're seeing an increase basically in every need of services we provide to our clients go up since that time. And so while our volunteers and our staff are showing greater numbers of clients served each year, it's stretching our organization thinner and thinner because the need just keeps getting larger and larger. So I would echo their comments and say the same thing. It's across the board increase in need for services.
Okay, but sorry, just to follow up again, are you seeing any different types of needs? And if you were seeing grants go out more for domestic violence versus family law versus child care, like the types of providers that you're seeing come to the door, are those shifting at all? Is what I'm trying to get at.
Sure. I'd say that, housing certainly continues to be the largest area in terms of the funding stream and where the funds go. Between 52 to 55% of the funding goes towards housing, both under the ATJ, Access to Justice Grants, and the Civil Legal Counsel Projects program. And that's related to eviction prevention, eviction defense, which is something that we're doing as part of the Access to Justice Grants. There's also very much, again, a shift and an increase in family law, the needs around family law and domestic violence. So those percentages in terms of number of projects that we are seeing and that in terms of the requests that are coming through have also increased. There's also the mention around probate. And so that's another area where we have seen a increased demand. About a few years ago, there's only one provider in the district that was providing probate support with probate. And so now that number has increased. We actually have a network of 3 grantees that have come together to work in partnership with the courts to make sure that people have access to those resources. So those are certainly shifts that we have seen in terms of how the funding is distributed.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I actually supervise our general intake also, so I can speak to in the housing area in particular, I would say we're seeing more calls with very significant housing conditions. Just in the last few weeks, I'd say we've had quite a few, for instance, temporary restraining orders on heat that's really spiking. And people are having a harder time finding assistance from government agencies to come in and do anything. So it's really an increased need on legal services providers to come in and provide those interventions. And because ERAP is already gone for the year till next October, we're seeing people coming in that have significant balances, and we don't do evictions, that already this year in January that are, so I'm anticipating that we're going to keep seeing that are going to need a big need for eviction defense this year, because there's not the resource of ERAP that people have traditionally had to lean on in this year. And we, in last year, had more, reflective of what everybody is saying, we had more referrals than we've had in prior years to our intake lines and our referrals. And we had an increase in housing conditions and in education, in both the housing and education spaces of people needing help. And both of those are areas in which I think where there's not the same kind of government oversight that there could be to ensure that there are some protections and people don't need us, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you all for your testimonies. I appreciate them all. And I also appreciate the great work that each of you all are doing within your respective spaces. Just a follow-up question, Kathy, as it relates to the referral increases. Would you attribute those referral increases to government agencies sending residents your way, or would you attribute that to the marketing that and this is you guys can answer this too, the marketing of your respected organization? Like, how do you guys get out to the community the great work that you're doing, especially in underserved and overlooked communities?
I know you're going to hear a lot of organizations after me as well. I think we're a little unique. The majority of our referrals come through our medical, of the direct service stated, sort of the work that I'm talking about come from our medical legal partnerships. So through Mary's Center, Children's National, and Unity is the bulk of our referrals. And then we get a lot of word of mouth referrals in the community, but from, my neighbor told me to call you, my friend told me to call you. I think most other legal services organizations do a lot of community outreach to get it out there. I will say though, and we get a lot of referrals from partner organizations as well. We do get some from government agencies who send them our way. I think community members are pretty savvy about that they need help and are able to find help, but often they don't know which organizations to go to that do what, which is the project I think Aracelis was talking about, and the need for people helping to figure out where to go. I think there is a big problem that there's not enough of us to help them when they do call. There's a lot of people who need help that there's not enough lawyers out there.
The other thing I would add is not only community partners and our own marketing, but the court. The court has gotten more sophisticated and engaged in terms of referring individuals in need of services to different providers as well, which is a great thing.
I want to highlight just a couple of things, and you will hear from some of our providers later today who can speak more to this work. But one of the things that we've been able to support through the Access to Justice Initiative funding is a partnership between 6 legal service providers and 4 community-based organizations who are really embedded in the community, have those contacts, have the knowledge, the trust factor, which is so important. And so those organizations have been working very closely with our legal service providers related to eviction prevention and getting in front of people and knocking on doors and canvassing and making sure that folks get to the court if they have a hearing, that they show up, that they're aware of their rights. And so that effort was initiated through Access to Justice Initiative funding in 2022, and we've continued to support that because we recognize there's a big need for that. The other thing that the foundation that we've sort of spearheaded and have been able to do in partnership with the legal service provider community is establish the DC Social Justice Transformations Network. And the goal of that effort is to really bring together legal service provider and social service providers so that people know where to go, where to refer a client, who is the organization, which organization is specifically working on domestic violence issues or housing condition issues. And so that network has grown, continued to expand, and has been a key factor in our efforts to, again, get ahead of the issues and get in front of the community, particularly, as you said, the underserved portions of the community.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, we're going to call our next panel Megan Browder, Joanne Savage, Sunny Desai, and Tina Nelson. We'll begin with Megan Browder, Legal Director for Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform, Legal Aid DC.
Okay, is that better? Oh, there we go. Thank you. OVSJG support allows legal aid housing attorneys to staff the Landlord and Tenant Legal Assistant Network, LT-LAN, a single intake hotline where low-income district residents can get free legal information, advice, or legal representation by phone or online. Attorneys are also on site 2 days a week at the DC Superior Court to provide same-day assistance and limited representation for low-income unrepresented defendants in eviction actions. Through the LT-LAN and courthouse staffing projects, legal aid represented almost 300 people in 2024. Legal aid has also worked with low-income homeowners facing foreclosure to help them keep their homes, closing nearly 120 such cases in 2024. For example, in 2024, legal aid's consumer attorneys helped homeowner Francine Milton. Ms. Milton, who's a Ward 7 resident, came to legal aid after trying to navigate a foreclosure on her own. Legal aid attorneys helped her apply and receive a loan modification, which took her out of foreclosure, kept her home affordable, and let her remain in her home with her family. OVSJG funding also supports legal aid's work with survivors of domestic violence. Legal aid has staffed the Domestic Violence Intake Center in Southeast for over 20 years and is also on site at DVICSE 4 days a week, providing on-the-spot legal advice and assistance. These are just a few of the thousands of people that legal aid has been able to help in 2024 with OVSJG. Legal aid is grateful to the council for its continued support and for the Office of Victims Service and Justice grants. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember Felder, Chairwoman Pinto, no longer here, but good morning to her. I'm Joanne Savage, Director of Litigation at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. LCE's Executive Director, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, asked me to convey that she's faced with an irreconcilable conflict this morning, unable to attend, and asked me to come in her stead. We both appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee. For 50 years, LCE has served low-income district seniors with legal assistance to preserve housing and home ownership, secure and protect access to benefits, and provide life planning assistance. For nearly 20 years, the OVSJG services have supported the mission of organizations like LCE through the Access to Justice initiative. My testimony will provide an overview of LCE's participation in the initiative. My colleagues Sunny Desai and Tina Nelson will provide deeper context on the client impact of the work LCE is able to do only because of support from this initiative. Starting with our tenant work, the Access to Justice initiative helps LCE provide tenant services through the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network, LT-LAN, and the Eviction Prevention in the Community, or EPIC project. Tenants represented by LT-LAN lawyers get the benefit of legal representation to put them on a level playing field with the landlord. For example, an LT-LAN attorney may discover that landlords fail to follow the lawful eviction procedures, file improper notice of the eviction, charge illegal rent or fees, fail to make repairs, engage in harassment or retaliation against tenants, or fail to properly credit rent paid. The LT-LAN lawyer's in-depth knowledge of the tenant's rights puts the client and landlord on an even playing field. The EPIC project is a partnership between LCE and 6 community and legal aid organizations in the district. These organizations work on the ground with tenants to inform district residents about resources to help them maintain their housing and ensure that residents know their rights when threatened with illegal eviction. EPIC provides these resources with the help of tenant empowerment specialists funded through the initiative. During fiscal year 2024, LCE's tenant empowerment specialists supported 43 clients to get $289,987 in benefits from the consistently underfunded ERAP program, helped an additional 18 clients maintain their housing with $17,000 through the EPIC Eviction Prevention Diversion Fund. And in addition, she helps clients obtain energy assistance funds, search for new affordable housing, and complete recertifications to maintain current housing. Let me turn to public benefits. Housing is not the only necessity to establish economic stability. District residents also need food and nutrition security, access to healthcare, and a basic level of income. Through LCE's economic and healthcare security practice, we are able to assist older DC residents with initial claims and appeals to obtain and preserve public benefits. During calendar year 2024, district residents, through the initiative's investment in LCE's public benefits practice, residents received $2.5 million in newer protected benefits, which represents approximately 1,100% return on the investment. And I want to give you one last figure, if I may, through our probate project, which Ms. Tina Nelson will discuss further. The initiative's $123,000 investment in the project resulted in $2.4 million in benefits, housing preserved, intergenerational wealth preserved for older residents in the community. And that's a stunning 1,900% return on the investment from the Access to Justice Initiative. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember Felder. I'm Sunny Desai. I'm the managing attorney of LCE's tenant advocacy and support practice. LCE, along with 6 other organizations, comprise the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network, or LTLAN. We receive funding to assist DC tenants facing housing instability. Thanks to the Council's continued support of the Access to Justice Initiative and CLCPP through ATJ, we have been able to build a strong partnership that leverages expertise around DC to help tenants enforce their rights. Nearly 3,500 low-income DC residents were routed through LTLAN last year, and they were connected to a lawyer, social worker, or a case manager. We have saved thousands of tenants' homes by stopping evictions, improved living conditions by getting landlords to do much-needed repairs, and reversed illegal rent increases, just to name a few things. None of this work would be possible without the Council's leadership and commitment to fully fund the initiative. LTLAN organizations employ over 50 attorneys that come to the defense of low-income DC residents day after day. Their work promotes housing and community stability and prevents a cascade of negative outcomes that are sure to follow after an eviction. To emphasize this impact, I would like to share a story about a 70-year-old LCE client who faced evictions due to allegations of extreme hoarding. We also discovered that she had unpaid rental arrears, which could have negatively impacted her voucher. Thankfully, we were able to negotiate with the landlord and help the senior relocate to a new and more accessible home. Without our assistance, she likely would have been evicted, lost her voucher, and that would have prevented her from leasing up somewhere else. This is just one of hundreds of examples of seniors LCE was able to help. And thanks to the initiative, good outcomes like these can be found at every LTLAN organization. LTLAN organizations also employ tenant empowerment specialists and social workers to help tenants access crucial lifelines like ERAP, food stamps, energy assistance. And these have become increasingly challenging to navigate for tenants on their own, especially seniors, since everything is more and more digitized. As my colleague mentioned, LCE helped almost 50 clients access nearly $300,000 in benefits last year. Many of these clients would not be able to navigate these systems on their own. And then finally, the Eviction Prevention in the Community project that a few witnesses have mentioned continues to foster a unique partnership between legal service providers and community-based organizers that help educate tenants about their rights and connect tenants to resources by going door to door. As you can see, the initiative increases access to justice for low-income DC residents, stabilizes DC residents' lives during the time of crisis, and prevents negative outcomes that follow an eviction. And frankly, this is a racial justice issue as well, as nearly 9 out of 10 of our clients are African Americans, and nearly 50% of our clients are from wards 7 and 8. Without the continued support of this initiative, we simply would not be able to do this work. The initiative is a net positive for DC and its residents, and we look forward to doing this work into FY26 with your support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Councilmember Felder and Chairperson Pinto in absentia. I'm Tina Smith-Nelson, Senior Managing Attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The provision of legal services takes cooperation and collaboration of many community partners, government entities, and members of the public. Through funds LCE receives via the Access to Justice Initiative, we are able to provide critical probate assistance to low-income seniors at LCE, as well as to other low-income unrepresented district residents. In collaboration with our community partners, the DC Affordable Law Firm, the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, and Christian Legal Aid, we created the Probate Legal Assistance Network, which we call PLAN, to address the gap of information, education, and services to DC residents in probate. Through PLAN community outreaches, we educate the public on what probate is and the importance of going through probate when a loved one dies to transfer title to homes, creating new home ownerships, staving off homelessness and displacements from families and communities, and creating an avenue to pass down generational wealth. In 2024, Plan held 2 first-of-its-kind community-wide outreach events reaching almost 100 people, educating them about probate, estate planning, and foreclosure. We conducted title searches, property tax searches, and on-the-spot intakes with follow-ups to referrals with appropriate plan partners for those needing legal services. None of that would have been possible without Access to Justice funding. With funds from the Access to Justice, plan partners were also able to restart the Probate Resource Center at the probate court. This was a direct result of a recommendation by the Access to Justice Strengthening Probate report issued in 2022, which noted that many self-represented individuals need help completing forms, understanding requirements, and resolving probate problems. Plan stepped in to fill this Access to Justice gap, staffing the Probate Resource Center twice a week, providing brief legal services to the public and appropriate referrals to plan partners. And since July of 2024, Plan has assisted approximately 150 individuals through the Probate Resource Center. Going through the probate process is complex and difficult to navigate, especially without an attorney. This leaves estates unsettled, personal property undistributed, and real property not transferred to heirs, resulting in the loss of family homes, destabilization of communities, and the inability to pass down generational wealth. Access to funds is key to ensuring that Plan continues to be able to operate and staff the Probate Resource Center. Most probate clients also need estate planning assistance, and LCE provides that assistance to clients by preparing powers of attorney, wills, transfer and death deeds through our in-house attorneys at clinics conducted by pro bono attorneys, and in the community for homebound individuals through our Project Help, our unique legal service provided for clients who have disabilities and are unable to come into our offices. And Access to Justice funds also helps to support this service among our most vulnerable in the population. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you all so much. I truly appreciate all the great work that you all provide for our seniors with legal services and other vulnerable residents. I just had a couple questions, and Tina, you may be most suitable to answer them. Based on the work that you just illustrated, pertaining to seniors and folks with disabilities, what is your relationship like with the Department of Aging and Community Living, as well as the Office of Disabilities?
Thank you, Sunny. We have a wonderful partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living. They are actually one of our grantors as well. And in partnership with them, they obviously support the legal work that we do in our various practice groups at LCE, which includes our estate planning, economic and healthcare security practice, our tenant and advocacy support, and our consumer unit. We also partner with DACL, which we refer to it, in a lot of community outreach events, getting the word out to the community about legal counsel for the elderly and the services that we provide, specifically providing outreach presentations at community centers and senior buildings, again, so that the public is aware that we're there and that we are there to provide the legal services either through our in-house attorneys and also with the great relationship that we have through the pro bono bar as well as our community partners.
Thank you for that. And given that you guys focus on most vulnerable residents in Ward 7 and 8, where is your headquarters?
Our headquarters is actually located in Penn Quarter,
Okay.
601 East Street Northwest.
Okay.
We are an affiliate of AARP, and that's where AARP is headquartered.
Copy. Okay.
And so we've been in existence for almost 50 years because AARP wanted to give back to the community in which they were headquartered, and that resulted in LCE, and we will be celebrating 50 years of legal services this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I'll just quickly add that we do have offsite hours as well.
Okay.
So we have physical presence through partnership with Bread for the City in Ward 8.
Okay. That's very helpful. And my last question, what is your relationships like with nonprofit organizations in Ward 7 and 8 to include Marshall Heights Community Development Corporation, East River Strengthening Family Collaborative, Congress Heights, et cetera?
Yes, we actually have a great relationship with other nonprofits. Many of the attorneys, particularly on my unit, the Economic and Healthcare Security Practice, collaborate and advocate with other individuals on public benefits matters. There are listservs that we're a part of. There are working groups that we're a part of addressing like systemic issues that we find when we represent our clients. And LCE also has 6 self-help offices throughout the district where we actually are in the community providing legal services, brief legal services to seniors as well. And one of our locations is at Bradford City. So that's another partnership that we have.
Yes.
If I may just add, as you mentioned, a family strengthening collaborative. At LCE, we conduct a lot of community outreach, and we also make a special effort to target groups that may be underrepresented receiving services. And so just recently, we partnered with East of the River Family Strengthening Collaborative to do an outreach to the deaf and hard of hearing community that they specialize in serving. So that's just an example of our partnership to work with organizations in the community, both generally and to try and make sure that we are reaching the most vulnerable and least able to access our services sometimes.
Thank you for that, Joan. And Joan, for neighbors who may be tuning in virtually or folks in the room, what does LCE mean?
LCE is Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Picking up, we're free legal services for DC seniors age 60 plus. I'm going to give our hotline number. It's 202-434-2120 because that's our intake. Any senior age 60 plus of any income or asset, if you're a district resident, you can call that line for help and to get connected with any further services. And that's through partnership with DACL as well that we're able to provide that hotline.
No, thank you so much. And thank you all. I have no further questions. Okay. Next, we're going to have our third panel, in-person panel, starting with Melissa Miller, Kristen, I want to make sure I'm saying your last name correctly. Kristen Ezon. And last but not least, Penelope Spain, pardon me. Thank you. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Melissa?
Good morning, Chairperson Felder, and members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Melissa Millar, and I am the Policy Director for ZEDEC DC and a Ward 7 resident. ZEDEC DC is an independent public interest law center with offices at the UDC David A. Clark School of Law, as well as offices in Ward 8. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. We offer our direct legal and financial counseling services at no cost to DC residents within 400% of federal poverty guidelines. ZEDEC DC receives funding from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG, via the DC Bar Foundation through the Access to Justice Initiative, and directly from OVSJG to support victims of crime. The Access to Justice Initiative funds 2 critical ZEDEC DC projects, the Debt-Related Legal Services Project and the Disabilities Community Project. This work helps people address their medical debt, credit report issues, residents who have been harmed by abusive and illegal debt collection practices, and residents with disabilities with their debt-related legal issues. Additionally, this work illuminated the need for services for returning citizens and their families, resulting in the launch of our Returning Citizens Project to address debts and costs borne by returning citizens and their families. We are grateful to the strong support of the DC Bar Foundation, the DC Access to Justice Commission, the leadership of the DC Courts, the DC Legal Services Consortium, OVSJG, and our grant manager, and numerous stakeholders and community members who have been such strong voices for both access to justice in DC and support for victims of crime and exploitation, as has this committee and the council. ZEDEC DC has filed a full testimony providing more details about our work in FY24 and 25 to date. I want to highlight 2 clients. A domestic violence shelter referred Mrs. S., a Ward 2 resident, to Zedek DC for issues stemming from economic abuse Ms. S. experienced in her last relationship. Her ex-boyfriend rather, had not only exhausted her life savings and forced her to take out credit cards, but he had gained direct access to her financial and social media accounts through a quote, SIM swap scam. To effectuate this scam, he convinced a cell phone carrier store representative to switch Miss S's phone number to a phone in his possession and use two-factor authentication to access Miss S's accounts from his phone. Zedek DC is working with Miss S to restore her access to financial and social media accounts and to file law enforcement reports related to all the incidents of identity theft and to get her back on track toward rebuilding her credit. A domestic violence shelter in DC referred Miss A, a Ward 2 resident, to Zedek DC for financial counseling. She'd been the victim of her partner's physical violence, emotional abuse, and financial abuse, prompting her to leave her abuser's home with her daughter. Her financial goals include securing a safe home for herself and her daughter and learning about credit cards, and how to dispute and raise her credit score. The counseling sessions focused on her financial goals and discovered an outstanding Pepco bill and unpaid rent in her credit report following her leaving her abuser's home, which negatively affected her ability to apply for new housing and a credit card. We taught Ms. A how to pull credit cards, credit reports, dispute errors, and build her credit score. Zedek DC helped Ms. A settle her outstanding back rent and her utilities payments and to apply for a new credit card. Subsequently, Ms. S returned to school receiving a cosmetology license, which already resulted in her promotion at work, and she has secured a safe apartment for herself and her daughter and reports beginning to feel stable while continuing to work on improving her finances. She plans to apply for additional credit cards and create separate spending plans for her personal and business expenses. We greatly appreciate OVSJG and the work it does on behalf of DC residents needing access to justice. The office and the initiative deeply support our work on behalf of victims of crime and the exploited, and we are honored to partner with them. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning. My name is Penelope Spain. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and the CEO and co-founder of Open City Advocates, a nonprofit that has served the district for over 2 decades by providing legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth committed to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Open City Advocates has been fortunate to collaborate closely with OVSJG since 2006, and more recently with the DC Bar Foundation's Access to Justice program. These partnerships have been instrumental in funding and expanding our critical work, not only to provide robust, holistic client services, but also to tackle systemic issues that perpetuate cycles of delinquency and poverty. In addition to living amidst crushing poverty, our clients have frequently experienced significant trauma, including at the hands of the legal system, and therefore it is imperative to build trust and provide comprehensive support. At Open City Advocates, we have found that our clients cannot build trust with DYRS, comply with supervision, and fully engage in meaningful services without first having an opportunity to share their lived truth with a trusted ally who is able to fully acknowledge those traumatic experiences and their deep, long-lasting effects. From the moment Open City Advocates receives a client referral, our staff embarks on a healing process with each child. Through mentoring, getting to know their family, and understanding the unmet needs that propelled them into the juvenile system, we help our clients heal. We support them in finding their voice and cultivating their dreams. From that point of strength and with the aid of a trusted advocate, our clients can more genuinely engage with DYRS and service providers to move towards healing and achievement of their goals. Like other civil legal service providers, Open City Advocates post-sentencing defense attorneys are an important part of the public safety institutions in the district. By improving the lives of youth, we are helping to ensure that they don't go back to delinquent behavior or cause further harm to individuals and our broader community. By helping our young people heal, we are far better able to weave them back into the fabric of our community, making children, families, and neighborhoods safer and stronger. With support from OVSJG, Open City Advocates is also able to provide living wage stipends to our clients who are attending school and workforce development programs. We're also able to provide ancillary support for necessities like cell phones, transportation, clothing, and food. These supports are critical in helping our clients escape the cycles of poverty that so often got them involved in the juvenile legal system in the first place. With Open City Advocates' active representation and holistic support, 81% of our clients have continued their education, and 65% have found employment. Again, this makes our whole community safer and stronger. In closing, Open City Advocates is committed to supporting court-involved youth and their families. We urge continued support for OVSJG and the Access to Justice program to sustain our work. By addressing systemic inequities and providing our clients with the resources and support they need, we can create a more equitable future for young people in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Penelope. Couple questions. Penelope, during your testimony, you mentioned that some of your clients do not trust DYRS. From your conversations, what would you say that stems from?
So by the time that our clients are referred to our program, they've typically been through the courts on multiple cases. They've experienced oftentimes months, sometimes longer, periods of supervision with the Court Social Services Division of Superior Court. And they have had, oftentimes they've had extended stays at the Youth Services Center pre-trial. As you may know, the Youth Services Center is an incredibly harsh environment for young people. It's not therapeutic. There is a very real sense of active threat nearly 24/7. And living in that traumatic environment is incredibly harmful to young people. So it happens in micro ways and macro ways, but some of the statistics that are available show the inequities that are in our system. For example, 99% of children searched in DC are Black young people. 95% of the use of force incidents against children in this city are against Black children. So even from the very moment of arrest or being stopped and searched, our young people feel that they are being targeted. They don't feel that they are being uplifted. So in answer to your question, they don't have a lot of trust of government agencies, particularly those who are there. Oftentimes, our young people interpret that they are there to be caught up in the system, that they're being set up oftentimes to fail. And so in order to create a healing environment where they're actually able to engage in services and not feel that they're simply being monitored, we really have to help them kind of unpack their relationship with government services, government entities, so that they're more fully able to embark on kind of those therapeutic services that we know are so important to their healing.
Thank you, Penelope.
You're welcome.
And Melissa, you mentioned providing wraparound services to returning citizens. What is your relationship like with the Ready Center over on Martin Luther King Avenue and Ward 8?
Yes, so we do have a relationship with the Ready Center. Our Returning Citizens Project is recently launched. And so the attorney running that project has been establishing relationships with the Ready Center and several other returning citizens organizations as part of getting out the word. We have a community outreach person, Stephen Jefferson, who has a really positive relationship with Morca and has been attending resource fairs throughout the last year, sharing information about the project. The project is open and we are willing to take on people and problems and issues.
I have no further questions, but thank you both for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, our Diana Beatrice, Tatiana Santos, Henry Floyd, are they here? Oh, I'll call them. We're going to call our next group of panelists, starting with Diana Beatrice, Tatiana Santos, Henry Floyd Jr., Alubama Akinkowa. Did I pronounce that right? Oh, okay. We can call if, is Michaela Deming here? Yes, okay. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm ready when you are.
Good morning. My name is Diana Batres. I am a language access coordinator at Ayuda. Thank you for allowing Ayuda to testify on the vital role that the Access of Justice Initiative plays in bolstering the district's safety net. Ayuda is a nonprofit organization that helps individuals and families hailing from over 100 different countries overcome obstacles to succeed and thrive in the United States. Our services include legal representation, therapy, case management, advocacy, and language access. Today, I am here to speak on Ayuda's Community Legal Interpreter Bank, a project that provides free interpretation and translation services for pro bono and public interest lawyers serving low-income residents. When the DC Council created the Access of Justice Initiative in 2007, it included a requirement to allocate funds towards the creation of a shared legal interpreter bank. For the last 18 years, Ayuda's language access program has been able to be home to the bank, ensuring that all DC residents can access critical legal services in their preferred language. CLIP is a renowned national model that has been extremely effective in creating equitable access to civil legal services for limited English proficient and deaf DC residents. CLIP has grown to serve nearly 50 different nonprofits. There are over 130 interpreters who accept assignments, work in over 30 different languages, and are specially trained in how to interpret in out of court legal settings and have extensive knowledge regarding legal terminology, the U.S. legal system, attorney-client privilege, maintaining confidentiality, and avoiding the unauthorized practice of the law. In the fiscal year of 2024, CLIP provided specially trained interpreters on nearly 500 occasions and demanded on-demand telephonic interpretation in more than 7,000 instances and arranged for the translation of more than 330 documents. A service provider that received interpretation services from a team of specially trained CLIP interpreters shared the following. Ayuda provided us with a hearing and deaf interpreter for a client's meeting. Being able to communicate with my client clearly with the interpreters has helped and was very important because we were negotiating a comprehensive and somewhat complicated custody agreement. My client said more than once how much she appreciated the work of these interpreters. Having a deaf interpreter improved our communication greatly. The interpretation made the conversation much clearer, and we specifically requested the same interpreter again for the future meetings. Both the hearing and deaf interpreters were amazing to work with and remained incredibly helpful and responsive. We are grateful to OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation as the grantors for the Access of Justice Initiative for the vital role they play in ensuring equal access to justice for all DC residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Tatiana Santos, and I'm a language access coordinator at Ayuda. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to testify to the vital role that OVSJG plays in the provision of critical victim services. You have just heard from my colleague, Deanna, about Ayuda as an organization and our mission, but I do quickly want to reiterate that for 52 years, Ayuda has served the DC metro community by empowering individuals to access justice and transform their lives with our services. The need for language access within victim services is demonstrated not only by statistics and research, but most importantly, by the degree to which 39 victim service providers that have access to Ayuda's victim service interpreter bank rely on it. Victim service providers need the assistance of interpreters and translators to disseminate information in languages that can be understood by DC residents, change perceptions about the accessibility of services, and serve individual clients. Language access services are critical to ensure that survivors have a fair chance to access safety and justice. We are grateful that the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants recognizes the need to serve all victims regardless of the language that they use to communicate. And we urge the Council to continue supporting the agency in its work to serve marginalized communities. VSIB is an OVSJG funded project which has launched more than 10 years ago and is modeled after our nationally renowned Community Legal Interpreter Bank. In over a decade, VSIB has grown to serve nearly 40 different organizations that provide victim services. There are currently just under 100 interpreters accepting VSIB assignments in 30 different languages. During the 2024 fiscal year, VSIB provided specially trained interpreters on 302 occasions and on-demand telephonic interpretation in 2,126 instances. The top 5 languages for interpretation services provided by specially trained interpreters were Spanish, American Sign Language, Amharic, Brazilian Portuguese, and Arabic. VSIB also arranged for the translation of 107 documents in FY24. These translations included general office forms, outreach materials, and client-specific documents. As the first quarter of FY25 has ended, VSIB was also able to provide live interpretation on 92 occasions and telephonic services on 513 occasions. This does mark a 48% increase in live interpretations from this time last fiscal year. And within this first quarter, we have also translated 23 documents, marking a 43% increase from this time last fiscal year. Based on VSIB's current usage, the project is clearly meeting an urgent need. A participating victim services nonprofit provided the following anecdote about the bank. Working with Ayuda, I am able to support a client who speaks some English, but as a second language. The work I do is therapy, and by having Ayuda services, I am able to make sure the client can think and express in her first language and offer her the best therapy services I can give and that the client deserves, despite the language barriers. Your interpreters are able to help make sure important and essential services are happening, and I appreciate that as a provider of mental health therapy services. We thank the Council for holding this hearing and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grant for their commitment to supporting victims and survivors in our city. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Henry Floyd Jr., Board President for the Washington Council of Lawyers, and I'm testifying today in my capacity as Board President only. The Washington Council of Lawyers submits this testimony to express our deep appreciation for the Council's consistent support of civil legal services, highlighting the important work being done through the Access to Justice Initiative and making clear the dire need for continued public investment in civil justice. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, of course, and Councilmember Felder for your continued leadership on this issue, and this committee for your continued support of the Access to Justice Initiative. The crucial services DC residents receive through this program would not be possible without your strong backing. Thank you. Through the Access to Justice Initiative, tens of thousands of DC residents each year are supported during legally complex and stressful events such as eviction, domestic violence, employment discrimination, child custody, and much more. The DC residents who most frequently need legal assistance to navigate these complexities are most often the ones who cannot afford to pay. Their safety and that of their families, their stability, or their livelihood may hinge on having a lawyer advise them or provide legal representation. We testify today to call attention to how the Access to Justice Initiative is vital to meeting those priorities. As the Voluntary Bar Association, whose mission is to ensure that our legal system treats everyone fairly, regardless of money, position, or power, we bring a unique perspective to this hearing. We do not provide direct legal services. We support, train, mentor, and foster a collaborative community amongst those who do. As an organization that looks holistically at civil justice in DC, we'll attest that the Access to Justice Initiative improves the quality of life in district neighborhoods by fostering economic stability and improving public safety. By funding well-established legal services organizations, the initiative facilitates stable housing through a continuum of strategies, including preserving intergenerational homes, preventing numerous foreclosures and evictions, and working toward affordable, discrimination-free housing opportunities. The initiative promotes public safety and community resilience through legal intervention measures such as programs that support survivors of domestic and gender-based violence, combat recidivism, and support at-risk youth. The Access to Justice Initiative empowers public interest lawyers and pro bono volunteers to better serve DC residents. Among our many activities supporting legal services and pro bono work through our partnership with the DC Bar Foundation, we train and work with public interest lawyers to strengthen the way legal services are provided to district residents. We developed specialized cohort trainings for housing and immigration lawyers, serving approximately 50 lawyers each year. We also help lawyers across all practice areas demystify the legal process for their clients, helping residents understand what are otherwise intimidating
and complex proceedings. And finally, the Access to Justice Initiative helps attract and retain exceptional lawyers to serve as the backbone of the district's civil legal services. Keeping top talent with a deep understanding of DC's legal system is vital to benefit district residents. Simply put, the Access to Justice Initiative directly advances the mission of the DC Council to improve the quality of life for district residents. This committee is a critical element in the continued fight to ensure that all district residents have access to legal services. The Washington Council of Lawyers is deeply appreciative of your ongoing support. We urge you to remain steadfast in your commitment to justice by safeguarding access to effective legal services for the residents of the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important and crucial work that remains beneficial to district residents.
Good morning, Councilmember Felder and staff. My name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district. And that our membership includes domestic violence specific housing providers, counseling and case management services, legal services, and culturally specific organizations serving African, Latinx, Asian Pacific Islander, immigrant, teens and youth, and survivors who are deaf and deafblind. These dedicated service providers work tirelessly to address the epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. As a note, here in DC, 47% of women and 43% of men have experienced intimate partner violence. OVSJG is the primary DC government funder of domestic violence services here in the district. And I would like to say that we continue to appreciate the openness of Director Porter and her team to communicate and be responsive when working with grantees. Just in October, Director Porter attended our Survivor Advisory Board meeting that we convene and heard directly from our survivors about their experiences and needs here in DC for over 2 hours. The board members and Director Porter both shared that they appreciated the time to speak and listen to one another to further efforts to improve outcomes for survivors and for prevention of domestic violence. I'd like to turn our focus to the increasingly challenging times that we are now facing. Policies from the new federal administration are creating confusion and concern for many and threatening the safety and stability of our most vulnerable communities. These policies disproportionately impact marginalized communities, including people of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, immigrants and their families, and deepen barriers to safety and justice. We cannot forget that domestic violence and domestic violence survivors are part of every community, and the consequences of these new federal actions for our communities are frightening and alarming. The Coalition remains steadfast in our commitment to protecting and empowering survivors, even in the face of these challenges. Our work is guided by a vision of safety, dignity, and equity for all, and we remain resolute in advocating for the needs of those who have been silenced and marginalized. Confidentiality of client identity has been the bedrock of domestic violence services since their inception, due to the lethal nature of the relationships that they are fleeing. We want and need service providers to understand their rights and feel supported in exerting them on behalf of survivor safety. OVSJG, DC Council, and system leaders must also understand the necessity of confidentiality and be ready to support programs and survivors in exercising their obligations and rights to maintain this critical component of safety. I would also like to again raise the issue of transparency, as the Coalition, our membership, and the broader Victim Assistance Network has been doing for several years. The mayor's budget still does not include enough information for grantees or the council to identify how OVSJG intends to allocate its pool of funds to support victim services needs year to year in accordance with the Transparency Act of 2022. It is of heightened importance now as we collectively face the threat of massive federal funding cuts and restrictions that would result in widespread closure of critical life-saving domestic violence services, specifically those serving the most marginalized and under-resourced communities in DC. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and would like to say that we are in support of and stand in solidarity with the Victim Assistance Network, which includes our platform and the Fair Budget Coalition that works towards a more socially just and equitable DC. And I welcome questions.
Thank you all. Michaela, you can kick us off with questions, just a couple of questions. Have you noticed an increase in domestic violence cases post-COVID to now?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So
I'm sorry, starting COVID to now.
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you. What we noticed during COVID was a spike in domestic violence and a spike in the severity of domestic violence. So increasing levels of things like strangulation, domestic assaults that resulted in more hospitalizations. And unfortunately, we have not seen the numbers of domestic violence and the strain on our resources, the number of survivors reaching out for support fall since the pandemic has subsided, and we are seeing persistently high and high year-over-year numbers for need for services.
You mentioned domestic violence survivors. Once they go through your, or once they take advantage of the services that you all provide, do you all maintain a relationship with them following their departure of your services?
Yes, so most of our services here in DC are longer term than you might find elsewhere in the country. And so we see survivors receiving services in transitional housing for 2 years. We have some permanent supportive housing and efforts to create affordable housing. And you'll see our programs and services continuing to connect with survivors many years down the road for social events, but also for counseling, supportive services down the road. Legal cases take many years, so we see pretty prolonged contact with survivors who are working with our service providers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as it relates to Diana and Tatiana, you guys talked about providing language translation services. Is that an effort across all 8 wards, or do you guys focus on specific targeted areas who may have the most neighbors who may need help with translating English translation or any other translations that you guys may run across?
So yeah, it'll spread through all wards in DC. It is mostly based on the providers that we have MOUs with and what their priorities are. But we are just there to allow them to be able to translate and interpret for those victims of crime within DC, and then for the community legal bank as well for their clients who have any legal cases that they need. So we spread throughout all of DC, and then Maryland and Virginia with our other offices.
Thank you. And Mr. Floyd, I have no questions. That's it. Yeah. Well, thank you all. I appreciate your testimony this morning. Next, we're going to call our 5th panelist, starting with Olubami Akinkuo, Zanetta Green, Charles Hopkins, and Paula Thompson. I see we don't have, is Paula Thompson? Okay. We don't have Chuck. He's not here. Okay. So do we have Laneza Clarkson? Okay. What about Natalia Otero? Okay, Zanetta, you can start when you're ready. Okay.
Good morning, Councilmember Felder, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zanetta Green. I am the Director for Community Housing Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing DASH. Thank you to the committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Porter for your ongoing support for survivors. As the largest dedicated safe housing provider for survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their children in the district, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 individuals, prevented housing instability in fiscal year 24, including 85 adults, 94 children in our OVSJG funded housing programs, Cornerstone and Empowerment Project. I oversee the Empowerment Project, our scatter site transitional housing program. The Empowerment Project, or EP, provides survivors and their children with resources and support needed to rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH's holistic approach also disrupts intergenerational cycles of violence, helping future generations live free from abuse. I want to share a story with you about a survivor I will call Monique, a story about the importance of OVSJG funding. Monique, a survivor of intimate partner violence, fled her abuser and entered emergency shelter. After connecting with Dash, she was accepted into EP with her 10-month-old son. While searching for a unit, Monique exited the emergency safe house and had nowhere to go. With Dash's support and OVSJG funds, Monique and her son entered Cornerstone's emergency housing unit. Dash connected Monique to one of our community landlord partners and secured a unit quickly. Using relocation assistance from Dash, Monique and her son moved into their new home. This newfound stability enabled Monique to increase her work hours and find childcare. With OVSJG funding, Dash and the full continuum of care, Monique and her child are now building a better life in the community. Like many victim service organizations, Dash relies on OVSJG funds to provide life-saving services. In this time of heightened uncertainty, Dash remains a vital lifeline, ensuring that all survivors have access to safety, dignity, and the resources they need to rebuild their lives. In our fiscal year 26 budget request, we joined the other member agencies of the DC Victims Assistance Network, or VAN, in urging you to provide $82.13 million for victim services through OVSJG, setting a $59.41 million recurrent baseline funding level and allocating $22.72 million for new and expanding program. Our sincere thanks to Councilmember Felder, Chairperson Pinto, and the entire committee, Director Porter, and Mayor Bowser for your support of victim services. Your leadership and commitment to district residents has set the national standard in services for those at the intersection of domestic violence and homelessness. We call on you once more to boldly lead the charge with continued funding for domestic violence housing services. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Good morning. Councilmember Felder, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olubunmi Akinkwolo, and I am the Chief Program Officer of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. I'm also representing Kube Ngaje, DASH's president and CEO, who's currently out of the country and unable to attend today. I join my colleague in expressing our sincere appreciation to Chairperson Pinto and the members of the committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Porter. Through your partnership, we deliver life-saving services to some of the most vulnerable members of the community, and we are proud to work alongside you. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and wraparound services for all survivors of domestic and sexual violence. As my colleague Zanetta stated, in this time of heightened uncertainty, DASH remains a vital lifeline, ensuring that all survivors have access to safety, dignity, and the resources they need to rebuild their lives. As the Chief Program Officer, I oversee the full scope of DASH's housing programs and wraparound services. In fiscal year 24, with funding from OVSJG and other sources, DASH provided over 44,000 safe nights to survivors and their children across our 3 housing programs, Cornerstone, Empowerment Project, and Right to Dream. We safely house 194 adults and children. Through our Survivor Resilience Fund, 43 survivors received flexible financial assistance to overcome barriers to safe housing. And our Safe Nights Fund helped 24 survivors and children fleeing violence find refuge through emergency hotel stays. As we look forward to fiscal year 26, we call on the mayor and the council to recognize that the constant fight to ensure sufficient funding is taking a profound toll on our leaders of color. We call on the district to continue to engage in the spirit of true partnership that honors the work and expertise of Black and Brown leaders and community-based service organizations who continue to be asked to do more with less. We also call on the mayor and council to recognize that when there are budget cuts or decreases in funding, it hits organizations led by and serving people of color harder. We urge you to prioritize the needs of these vulnerable community members and do everything in your power to ensure that the true cost of providing victim services is funded in the fiscal year 26 budget. In our fiscal year 26 budget request, we join the other VAN members in urging you to provide $82.13 million for victim services through OVSJG. The VAN's fiscal year 26 victim services budget request aims to sustain and enhance funding levels, ensuring the highest standard of client-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally competent practices for victims served in the district.
They include $59.41 million in recurring baseline and dedicated funding for victim services and $22.72 million for new and expanded programming for victim services in fiscal year 26. Our collective successes require ongoing and renewed dedication to ensure the systems of care we have built can be maintained. Partnering together, we can continue to eliminate barriers for survivors of color and other marginalized identities and protect the district's most vulnerable. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Councilman Felder and the other committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the DC Reentry Action Network, affectionately known as the RAN. It is the district's leading coalition of reentry direct service providers of nearly 30 member organizations. My name is Paula Thompson, and I serve as the president and CEO of Voices for a Second Chance and the founder and the co-chair of the DC Reentry Action Network. Today, I'm here to highlight the urgent need to reverse the funding reductions for reentry services, which are jeopardizing the futures of thousands of returning citizens and the safety and well-being of our communities. Since 2022, OVSJG's funding for reentry services has been cut 26%, totaling over $6.3 million in reductions. Meanwhile, funding for administrative purposes has increased by 140%, victim services by 4%, and access to justice by 26%. The decline in funding is particularly troubling given the exponential increase in demand for reentry services. In 2024, over 7,200 returning citizens accessed OVSJG's supported reentry programs, an increase from 794 in 2020. Yet per person, funding has dropped drastically for over 14,700 in 2022 to under 2,600 in 2024. This 83% decrease per person support severely limits our ability to provide the comprehensive services needed for successful reintegration. For the first time, funding for the victim services in 2025 accounts for more than 50% of the total OVSJG budget. It's important to recognize the fact that returning citizens and justice-involved individuals are more than the dominant majority of them have been victims prior to their incarceration. So while victim services remain crucial, this funding disparity reflects a troubling undervaluation of reentry programs, even as we face unprecedented demand. The loss of federal ARPA funds further exacerbates this crisis. Between 2022 and 2024, OVSJG received $67 million ARPA funds. But with those funds now gone, the Mayor's Administration Council had the opportunity to maintain or expand support through local revenue. Instead, reentry programs have suffered significant cuts, leaving organizations like Voices for a Second Chance and other RAN members struggling to meet those community needs. Housing instability is a glaring example of this funding shortfall. From 2022 to 2023, there was a promising increase in the number of returning citizens receiving housing support through OVSJG grantees. However, this progress was undone in 2024, with a sharp decline in housing services, a direct result of reduced funding. Without stable housing, returning citizens face insurmountable barriers to reintegration, perpetuating cycles of incarceration and poverty. In closing, DC RAN and its member organizations are committed to partnering with the council to restore and expand support for reentry services. Together, we can create a more just and equitable district where all residents, including those seeking a second chance, can thrive. I want to also express my gratitude for OVSJG's continuous partnership and collaboration with the RAN. We appreciate the support and presence of Director Jennifer Porter, former Director, Deputy Director Tawana Stewart, Anissa Walker, and the entire OVSJG Justice Grants team. And thank you for your time and attention to this critical issue. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. My name is Natalia Otero, and I'm the Executive Director of DC SAFE. We are the only 24/7 organization that provides critical intervention services for survivors of intimate partner violence in the district. We serve over 12,000 survivors each year. Our focus at DC SAFE has been to support the establishment of a citywide response to the critical needs of survivors at the highest risk for reassault or homicide. Thanks to OVSJG's previous investments, DC SAFE has a custom workflow management system that contains comprehensive data for over 134,985 individual incidents of violence over 15 years. For almost every case, we are logging over 38 data points, such as demographics, lethality assessment scores, court case involvement and outcomes, police reports, social services provided, et cetera. With over 15 years of data, we are starting to make significant headway in understanding the pathology of intimate partner violence over time. We are also making strides to identify and understand patterns within the population at highest risk to severely harming their partners. We can now identify common patterns of coercive control and violent behavior patterns of recidivism within one victim or across multiple victims, and various categories of crimes, as well as common ways in which this population is system involved. Most importantly, we are collaborating with other systems actors to better understand how interventions can reduce harm while identifying accountability measures that are both effective and sustainable. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants has provided foundational support to DC SAFE's operations since its inception, and we have valued our partnership very much. Together, we have established numerous multidisciplinary programs, the most important of which is the HRDVI, or the High Risk Domestic Violence Initiative. This initiative has only 3 components and has the potential to revolutionize how we track, intervene with, and sustainably support survivors while decreasing their chances of further harm. Our hope is that OVSJG will grow its political and financial support for these life-saving programs by using its positional power to advance the HRDVI, including identifying new sources of federal funding for the 17 agencies doing the work, and by encouraging the growth of new and innovative projects. In my written testimony, I lay out 5 recommendations that the HRDVI is currently considering for your review. From a leadership standpoint, Jennifer Porter has made the agency more accessible and transparent over the last year. The strategic approach we applied to our work and that we so appreciate from our HRDVI partners requires a similar strategic mindset about domestic violence from district government as a whole. Despite our differing respective missions, we appreciate the support of OVSJG, and we hope that together with OVSJG, we can continue to push for a better and more sustainable set of options that survivors can take to keep themselves safe. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Since you were the last person to provide a testimony, I guess you can kick us off. You mentioned that you offer 24/7 intervention services. Is there a physical location where individuals can come to? Do you guys have a 24-hour victim service line? How are these victims getting access to you?
We are actually integrated within the places where survivors would naturally connect. So we have an 800 number that's actually for first responders. So we get about 44,000 calls to our response line from first responders. We're in the courthouse physically. We're also accessible to come out to the emergency rooms. And we have direct connection to the DC Victims Hotline. So if a survivor calls the hotline, which is the 1-844 for Help DC, they are connected to us directly.
Thank you for that. And my follow-up question is, how many staff do you all have?
54.
Gotcha. Thank you. My next question is for I guess, let's see. So Natalie, you can kick it. You can be the next person that I ask questions to. You mentioned safe house or safe houses. Once victims come to you seeking safe houses, what's the average time that they stay in those safe houses?
Our services are voluntary. However, our time frame for a survivor to be in our programs is 24 months. So they have 2 years to build back their life and just have stability.
And my second question, how much does it cost per person to be relocated?
Average, just rental costs or overall?
average or rental? Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
so
do
just
both.
due to inflation, for a
Okay.
single, the average is $2,000 per in rent.
Mhm.
For a family, let's say 2 to 3, families to 2 to 3 is $2,350.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Thompson, uh, what are some of the most pressing needs for the Reentry Alliance?
I would say equitable budget allocation.
Okay.
Reentry has suffered a decrease in funding across the board as opposed to our counterparts. And I think it's important to understand that we're talking about the same population. And so funding should reflect that. And also some of the pressing issues is priority for housing support for returning citizens, employment, and mental health supports.
And if funding continues to decrease, could you give specific examples on how that would negatively impact your work?
Yes, a significant portion of our population are homeless when they return home. And so there aren't a lot of options. Some of the organizations that I represent, they do provide short-term housing. My agency, for instance, we provide hotel stays for a period of time. We're trying to work to stabilize our residents who are returning home. But it would be devastating. Some people will get involved in illegal activities because they don't have resources and family support. So it will impact public safety. It will increase poverty. And so I think that we really have to look at this as a global issue and not siloed off the way it has been for the last several years, because the coalition worked very hard to work with not only our victim services colleagues, but also the OVSJG team to make sure that we had adequate support. And we've just seen that decrease over the last 2 years.
Thank you. It would
You're
be
welcome.
helpful if I can get some additional data just to better paint the picture that you're eloquently articulating today.
And I have that, and I will get that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. I appreciate your testimonies and your time. Next, we're going to call our next group of panelists, starting with Darnell Keys, Maggie Zello, Rod Adele, Amaronic Hamilton, Rupert Cunningham, Dana Lofton. Well, it looks like it looks like it's just you two, and you two will be the final in-person panelists. So you may proceed.
Good morning, Councilmember Funder and staff. My name is Maggie Kojal, and I'm the new Executive Director of the Went Center for Loss and Healing. I'm honored to step into this role and carry forward the incredible work of Michelle Palmer. Leading an organization as unique and impactful as the Went Center is humbling, and I'm inspired daily by our team's unwavering commitment to healing trauma and grief in our community. The Went Center holds a singular position in Washington, D.C. We are known not only for the breadth of our trauma-focused mental health services, but also for our ability to meet the diverse and complex needs of survivors. Many of those we serve are people who have experienced polyvictimization, often beginning in early childhood, resulting in the need for specialized, often intensive services. We offer both individualized therapy and group interventions, combining evidence-based approaches with innovative healing techniques. Our clients come from across the district, with the majority residing in wards 7, 8, and 5, where access to mental health services remains critically limited. I'd like to provide a brief update on the work made possible through the OVSJG funding. In the last fiscal year, the One Center served 205 clients under the OVSJG program, providing over 1,000 therapy sessions in the final quarter of the year alone. 75% of those served showed measurable improvements in functioning, and we remain committed to ensuring this trajectory continues. In the first quarter of this fiscal year, we've already served 152 clients with 930 individual therapy sessions and 96 group therapy sessions. These figures represent lives touched and progress made, with clients developing skills to manage symptoms like intrusive thoughts, anxiety, and depression. One particularly powerful success is our intimate partner violence therapy group, which recently completed a 10-session series. One participant, a survivor of years of emotional, financial, and sexual abuse, shared that the group provided her with the tools, language, and understanding to move forward in her healing journey. She described it as, quote, the best facilitated and structured use of time and curriculum that she had ever experienced. This feedback is a testament to our team's ability to create safe and empowering spaces for survivors to heal and connect with others who understand their experiences. Programs like Grieving Families Together continue to foster community connection among families navigating the profound impacts of homicide and violent crime. One caregiver shared how the program helped their family feel less isolated in their grief, while another highlighted the critical role of creative activities in helping their children process emotions and begin to heal. This year, we've supported 9 children and 6 caregivers through 6 family workshops using mediums like art, mindfulness, and drama to foster connection and healing. And although crime rates saw a decline last year, many residents continue to face the harsh realities of violence. The 187 homicides in our city left numerous families grappling with deep traumatic grief, and 143 reported cases of sexual abuse only hint at the true scope of this issue, as this crime remains vastly underreported. Persistently high rates of violence across the city have driven a sustained and overwhelming demand for our supportive services. And so while we can celebrate the many successes achieved through our work, we're acutely aware of the growing demand for our services. Despite progress, over 120 people remain on our wait list. This underscores the urgent need for sustainable resources to expand our capacity and reach more victims of crime. The challenges our community faces, impacts of persistently high rates of violence, increased domestic abuse, and the far-reaching impacts of systemic inequities show no signs of abating. If anything, the need for trauma-focused mental health care will only grow. We're here at the One Center to meet the moment, and with your continued support, we can ensure that every survivor, every grieving family, and every victim of trauma has access to the care and support they need to heal and thrive. I'm so pleased to help drive this important work on behalf of the One Center and in partnership with OVSJG and many others in our community. Thank you for your time, partnership, and your commitment to a healthier, more resilient district. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Dania Lofton, and on behalf of Crecen, our clients, and the communities we serve, thank you for your time this morning and your continued support. Again, my name is Dania Lofton, and I am the Pro Bono Coordinator and Staff Attorney at Crecen, an immigrant nonprofit dedicated to providing pro bono and low bono legal services to Washington's immigrant community. I'm honored to testify today on behalf of our organization and the many individuals and families we serve. At Crecen, we believe that every individual deserves access to justice and the opportunity to thrive. Our mission is to foster the comprehensive development of the Latino population in the Washington metropolitan region by providing direct legal services, housing counseling, citizenship education, and community economic development, while promoting grassroots empowerment, civic engagement, and civil rights advocacy. Crecen also services are not only limited to the Latino population, we serve all immigrant groups. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants plays a crucial role in supporting immigrant community members when they report crimes or seek services as victims. The opportunities provided by OVSJG have enabled Crecen to strengthen partnerships and support a continuum of care for victims. Through our participation in the Victims Assistance Network, we have expanded our knowledge of available resources and formalized referral networks for services beyond our direct provision. OVSJG has also been proactive in offering training to enhance competencies within community-based organizations. Crecen has benefited from BOLAIR, formerly the Network for Victim Recovery of DC, and additional affiliated trainings, gaining valuable insights into best practices and preparing to serve a broader range of community members. Our legal services are designed to help families navigate the complex immigration legal system, ensuring they can remain together and build stable lives in their communities. We provide assistance with a range of issues, including family reunification, asylum applications, and protection from deportation. By keeping families together, we contribute to the overall stability and cohesion of our neighborhoods. We understand that public safety and community well-being are deeply interconnected. Our work helps to build the trust between immigrant communities and law enforcement by providing legal support and advocacy with the submission of U visa applications. When victims feel secure and supported, they are more likely to cooperate with law enforcement, report crimes, and participate in community activities. This in turn creates safer and more resilient communities for everyone. Recently, we provided legal assistance to a Crescent participant who was a survivor of domestic violence perpetrated by her partner, and due to concerns around her status and her lack of financial means, felt that she could not safely leave her situation. Crescent staff worked with her to file a report, cooperate with local police, apply for relief via a program for victims of violence, and connect with other local resources. Crescent is now assisting her to secure a work permit for financial stability so that she can be gainfully employed. There are many other examples of community members like her who have few options or limited resources. In conclusion, Crescent urges the council to fully support the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and the critical role that they serve in ensuring protection and support for victims of crime in the district. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much. I just have a couple of questions, and I will start. With Ms. Lofton. You mentioned deportation support. Could you describe services you provide regarding deportation support?
So we help clients or members of the community file their applications that will help to prevent deportation. We help families when members of their families have been or in the process of removal. And so we just provide them support with that.
Copy. And this is more of a general question for the both of you. Has the service needs changed from last year compared to this year? And if so, how?
I can start. I think that what we're seeing, I think most acutely, really since November, is an increase in discussion around the external trauma of what's happening in the country related to the incoming or the new administration, which is something that we saw the last time as well. So in the conversations that we have with our clients, that is becoming more evident in terms of fear and trauma. And generally speaking, what we're seeing is a very rapid increase in the need of services.
I echo that, but I'd also ask or add that with each day, immigration is a vulnerable community population. So what may be viable today for an immigrant may not be viable tomorrow. So we are seeing an increase, but changes in the different needs.
Well, thank you both again for testifying today, and I appreciate the work that you do. At this process, in the hearing, we have concluded with all of our in-person testimonies. We're going to transition to our virtual panelists. So I'll begin calling the names, starting with Ern Palat, Daniel Dale Palagis, Victoria Taplin, Caroline Ankerman, Bridget Carbon, and Nicole Quiraguez. Thank you all. And Aaron, you can kick us off whenever you're ready.
Sure. May I just clarify that our organization's going to have 5 minutes to speak? I see the timer set for 3.
Unfortunately, we only are allotting 3 minutes for each panelist. If you go 30 seconds over, I won't bang the gavel, but we're trying to be we have so many panelists, and we just want to respect everyone's time.
Absolutely. I understand. Thank you. So I'm Erin Pollitt from the District of Columbia Forensic Nurse Examiners. We're a nonprofit organization serving adults and adolescents 13 years and older who experience sexual assault or domestic violence. We provide medical forensic exams, high quality evidence collection, and we increase the awareness of these services in our community. We're the sole provider of these services in Washington, D.C. for adults, and our mission is accomplished largely through support of the Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants, who we are pleased to testify in support of today. Forensic nurses are registered nurses or advanced practice registered nurses who provide specialized care to people who've experienced violence. Unlike other healthcare professionals, forensic nurses are experts in consent-focused medical care, injury documentation, and evidence collection, including how to collect the PERC or physical evidence recovery kit. Importantly, we bridge the gap between healthcare and legal systems so that if a survivor chooses to pursue legal action, a record of their exam and any evidence collected is available to law enforcement for court proceedings. Since our inception, DCF&E's growth and evolution has allowed us to respond to the community and support survivors in new ways, increasing our annual reach by 115% because of OVSJG's continued support. We want to highlight 3 areas today in which the support has been instrumental to district residents within the past fiscal year. With OVSJG's support, DCF&E reached a record number of patients. Our services extend well beyond each survivor's personal health and well-being and increase the health and safety of the district at large. As a result, 856 survivors of assault had the opportunity to access professional forensic nursing care in the wake of violence. Also, with support from OVSJG, DCF&E made intentional investments in our team by providing our staff with the resources to thrive in this challenging field. We launched an innovative paid on-the-job training program to attract and train new forensic nurses. These investments, funded by OVSJG, have had a tangible impact. In less than 1 year, 17 nurses applied to join DCF&E. Of those, 14 applied under the on-the-job training program, and 3 were former DCF&E nurses who had previously resigned due to our prior wage limit. For the first time since before the pandemic and during an ongoing national nursing shortage, DCF&E entered the new fiscal year fully staffed. This milestone speaks to the value of our commitment to our team and the strength of our mission. Finally, with support of OVSJG, DCF&E is beginning a transformative shift that will reflect our commitment to truly meeting patients where they are. While the majority of our patients are seen for sexual assault at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, and our mobile response to district-based hospitals has been limited to instances where patients are not able to transfer. As funding allows, our ultimate vision is for every sexual assault survivor to receive the forensic nursing services at the facility in which they first seek help, eliminating the need for a hospital transfer. We'll pilot this in 2025, and that is supported by OVSJG as well. We hope that by creating additional SANE program access points, DC residents will be able to access the care in a convenient manner. And I thank you for the time to testify today.
I thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Next is Daniel Del Pielago.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council Members. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I work with Empower DC. And I'm here to speak to the importance of the work of the Access to Justice Initiative. We are a subrecipient under the ATJ, as we call it, initiative, and we focus on eviction diversion work. For 3 years now, we've been performing door-to-door outreach to district residents who have an upcoming initial court date or an eviction date for non-payment of rent. This outreach focuses on providing these folks with resources such as connecting them to the LT land, the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, relevant information such as what happened with ERAP towards the end of last year around the funding and change in the legislation. Um, and we really focus on making sure that folks attend their initial hearing. Additionally, we hold Know Your Rights meetings with partners from the Access to Justice Network for people we meet through the outreach and to district residents in general. The work we engage in, along with our ATJ partners, is extremely important and is generally well received by the people we are able to speak to. This past year was particularly trying for many. Eviction filings and executed evictions increased, and financial support for programs like ERAP went down. Changes to the ERAP program itself have made it more difficult for folks at risk to access the program. This work also has a ripple effect. People who receive our outreach materials will share with a neighbor or family, and we often get calls from people behind on their rent asking about available resources to help them out. Our Know Your Rights meetings are open to the public, so ANCs, advisory neighborhood commissioners, social workers, people who are community facing can come and be better versed on how to help their respective communities. We are thankful for the council's support in ensuring this vital program can continue serving residents. As we embark on this new year, the eviction numbers continue to go up. The Access to Justice program is more necessary than ever. We hope we can continue to count on council support to ensure district residents know about their rights and the resource available to them during these trying times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and well, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Our next witness is Victoria Taplin. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. As Managing Attorney for Advocacy and Policy with DC KinCare Alliance, I want to express our sincere appreciation for your support of DC Legal Services, and especially for your leadership to ensure that the Access to Justice Initiative is adequately funded. Funding the initiative provides critical legal help to DC's low-income residents, ensuring they receive the legal rights and financial assistance to which they're entitled. The stability this provides to families and youth increases public safety around our schools and in our neighborhoods. Moreover, you are saving the government money because legal service organizations help ensure that benefits applications and court pleadings are completed correctly, thereby conserving agency staff time and effort. DC KinCare Alliance was founded in 2017 to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise DC children in their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents aren't able to care for them due to mental health and substance abuse disorders, incarceration, death, abuse and neglect, and deportation. The majority of these children live at or near the poverty level, have experienced trauma, and are in grave risk for poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. Research shows that kinship care, yes.
Victoria Taplin, unfortunately, we're having a fire alarm here in the Wilson building. We're gonna have to evacuate. So what I'm gonna do is, the time is now 11:46 a.m. I'm gonna have to recess this hearing at this time, and we will reconvene once we get back inside the building. So I apologize for those of you who are online. If you can wait till we reconvene, I'd love for you to be able to do that. I just don't have any idea exactly what time that's gonna be. So we're gonna recess at this time, 11:46.
I had trouble.
If you all can hear me, we should be starting back up shortly. Hook on camera. If you all can hear me, we'll be starting again shortly.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, member of the Judiciary Committee, and chairing this meeting. We're going to reconvene this meeting at 12:28 p.m. I believe we left off with our virtual witnesses and Victoria Taplin, who is still with us. I appreciate your patience and the patience of all the witnesses who are online. I'm going to start over with your clock, so if you could begin your testimony where you left from the beginning, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I wanted to thank the Councilperson Pinto and members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. As managing attorney for advocacy and policy with DC Kin Care Alliance, I want to express our sincere support for your support of DC Legal Services, and especially for your leadership to ensure the Access to Justice initiative is adequately funded. Funding the initiative provides critical legal help to DC's low-income residents, ensuring that they receive the legal rights and financial assistance to which they are entitled. The stability this provides to families and youth increases public safety around our schools and in our neighborhoods. Moreover, you are saving the government money because legal services organizations help ensure benefits, applications, and court pleadings are completed correctly, thereby conserving agency time and effort. Our organization, DC Kin Care Alliance, was founded in 2017 to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise DC's children in their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them due to mental health and substance abuse disorders, incarceration, death, abuse and neglect, and deportation. The majority of these children live at or near the poverty level, have experienced trauma, and are at grave risk for poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. Research shows that kinship care is a powerful stabilizing force for these children, changing the trajectory of their lives for the better. Since its founding 7 years ago, DC Kin Care has provided legal services to more than 1,000 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 at-risk DC children in over 1,000 legal matters. We've established a free legal helpline and court walk-in clinic, and we've distributed more than 3,000 copies of our DC Relative Caregiver Legal Resource Guide. Moreover, we're the only organization in the district focused solely on serving relative caregivers raising these at-risk children. Funding from the Access to Justice initiative accounts for about half of our operating budget. So without this funding, we would be forced to drastically reduce the number of caregivers we serve, resulting in many of them not being able to get custody of the children in their care or the financial benefits to help raise them. Failing to support these caregivers with legal help will have a watershed effect, resulting in many more children becoming homeless, dropping out of school, not having enough food to eat, or entering the foster care and juvenile justice systems. Supporting these caregivers with legal help today will stabilize these families, which in turn will build safe and secure neighborhoods and schools and provide a firm foundation for our children to become the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you for taking the time to provide testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Caroline Ackerman. Good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caroline Ackerman, and I'm the Executive Director for the Amara Legal Center. Amara is a nonprofit that provides free legal services to survivors of sex trafficking and individuals impacted by commercial sex in the DC metro area. We are proud to be recipients of both OVSJG Victim Services funding and Access to Justice funding. We are immensely grateful for OVSJG and the DC Council's support, and I'm here today to share how this funding has made lasting impacts on our clients. The majority of our clients are women of color who have experienced homelessness, poverty, and severe trauma as sex trafficking survivors. Born and raised here in the DC area, they have also been trafficked right here in the DC area. And survivors face numerous legal challenges both during and after their victimization. For example, in order to effectively leave a trafficking situation, survivors need to ensure the safety of themselves and their children. This can require a civil protection order, an emergency child custody petition, and multiple days of contested hearings where the survivor is forced to confront the trafficker in the courtroom. These cases are not only legally complex, but can often result in further trauma for survivors. Because of OVSJG's funding, we're able to provide survivors with free, trauma-informed legal representation so that survivors have the support they need to pursue safety and legal relief. Without access to free legal services, survivors would be forced to remain with their trafficker or attempt to seek legal relief on their own, risking unfavorable outcomes that could lead to further trauma, retaliation, and violence from the trafficker. At Amara, we also support survivors who wish to report the trafficking to law enforcement. We assist with filing police reports, preparing for trial, and crafting victim impact statements. Many survivors seek justice and want their traffickers to be held accountable. But the reality is that pursuing criminal charges can be both intimidating and overwhelming. As a liaison between survivors and law enforcement, we aim to create a space where survivors feel comfortable coming forward and reporting the crimes committed against them. This not only supports each survivor's individual goals and healing, but it also contributes to building a safer community for all. In 2024, we served survivors with over 60 cases. We've also been fortunate to work alongside many other OVSJG-funded victim service providers in the district. These organizations provide vital services that help our clients achieve stability after being trafficked. In closing, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Council for supporting survivor services through OVSJG and the Access to Justice Initiative. Your support enables us to provide free survivor-centered legal services to our clients. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. We really appreciate it. Our next witness is Bridget Claiborne. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Bridget Claiborne, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Advancement at DC SAFE. As you heard from my colleague, we are the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in the district, serving over 12,000 survivors and families annually. Since our inception in 2006, OVSJG has been our largest funder. This year, we were fortunate to have received nearly $4.5 million from the agency, representing a little over 50% of our annual budget. While OVSJG's level of financial support has always been substantial, the nature of our partnership has been more varied. In my 8 years with the organization, it's often been challenging navigating inconsistencies in their leadership approach and also grants management practices. That being said, I mention this now to emphasize how appreciative we are of the improvements we've seen in these domains under the leadership of Director Jennifer Porter and the current team at OVS. Despite going through major turnover during the implementation of their brand new grants management software this past fall, we experienced a timely, clear, and supportive process with our FY24 grant closeout and FY25 startup. We've also noticed and appreciated a marked shift in their level of transparency and spirit of collaboration. And for the first time in many years, we feel like DC SAFE as an organization and our broader community is supported adequately, both fiscally and programmatically by the agency. That being said, in order to build upon these improvements, we urge the Council to thoughtfully consider how it will protect and increase the city's investment long term. I want to raise 3 specific areas for improvement today. Firstly, we want to see OVSJG diversify its federal grants portfolio. In the past, OVS has taken a more proactive role in identifying and leading applications for discretionary federal funding. However, in recent years, despite our attempts to collaborate on applications, OVS has been limited by a lack of capacity. Secondly, we want to see them be more forthcoming about their program evaluation and data management practices and goals. Grantees produce copious amounts of data for OVS on a quarterly basis. However, completing grant reports often feels more like a checkbox for compliance as opposed to a meaningful opportunity to share what's going on in our programs as a part of the process for community change. And lastly, we want to see OVS take a less siloed and more strategic advocacy approach in terms of systems level initiatives that impact the continuum of services that they fund. One example here is the hospital-based intervention programs, or the HVIPs. The HVIPs are meaningfully targeting increased community violence across the city, but domestic violence providers like us are not fully integrated in the effort, despite the fact that we know there is serious overlap between these types of crimes. This creates a dangerous gap in support for some of the highest risk survivors in the district, gaps that OVS could help bridge in their role. Thank you so much for your time today. We are really grateful to the committee for your ongoing support in restoring, sustaining, and enhancing the continued collaboration of the district government and our victim services community.
And thank you so much for your testimony, Bridget Claiborne, and everybody who participated in this panel. I really appreciated it. The feedback is helpful for the committee and really the areas where OVSJG can improve, but also the acknowledgement of the work that they've done to make things more transparent is helpful to hear as well. So I don't have any questions for this panel, but I'd love for everybody, if you haven't already, I think some of you have already submitted your written testimony to the committee. We really appreciate everybody doing so. So thank you for your testimony. We're going to move on to our next panel. I'm going to make a call. I'm not sure if folks are still available, but I'm going to make a call and have folks migrate witnesses who are available. Lou Mohammed, Colleen Normal, Stephanie McGill, Avius Poole, Sharon Musgrove, Dr. Nana Brantuo. See, Colleen Normal is present. And while we look to see if anybody else is present, rather than wait, since you are here, your video is working, if you can unmute yourself, you can begin your testimony. You will have 3 minutes, and good afternoon to you. Colleen Normal.
I'm sorry, I missed the name that you called. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and Councilmember Felder, as well as the other members of the committee for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Colleen Normal, and I'm a managing attorney with AYUDA's Project End. You've already heard from some of my colleagues, but AYUDA has served the DC community for over 50 years, and we represent immigrant survivors of trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and other crimes. And I also work on a special project that combats fraud in immigration legal services. My testimony today will focus on the key role that OVSJG plays in ensuring victims of crime receive the legal and social services they need to attain safety and stability in their victimization. Last year, through the BOCA grant, AYUDA provided holistic wraparound legal and social services to 315 victims of crime in the district. Our social services program provided case management services, to 151 crime victims. And our immigration legal services team provided a total of 142 clients representation in over 295 legal matters. Additionally, through the OVSJG STOP funding, our domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking program provided legal services to 248 victims and case management services to 163 victims. With this funding, AYUDA ensures that the district's immigrant crime victims have access to low-barrier supportive services. And our legal services include advice, counsel, and extended representation in immigration matters relating to victims and their restoration. Our social services consist of wraparound case management services that help trauma survivors achieve their unique goals and work through trauma. Project End, which is where I focus my time, is unique to AYUDA that serves immigrant victims of notario fraud or immigration legal services fraud. In cases of notario fraud, non-attorneys, often posing as attorneys or sometimes, unfortunately, as immigration officials, charge individuals thousands of dollars for immigration work. This work is often poorly done or not done at all. So we assist folks in reporting the crime to prosecuting authorities, making civil complaints, and also filing claims for restitution and helping with immigration statuses. Instances of fraud are on the rise due to rapid changes in immigration law and confusion around policy changes. These fraudulent services often cost thousands of dollars to immigrant communities and can lead to denials, deportations, and family separation. Last year, we assisted 80 victims of fraud-related legal matters and helped secure, in sort of the course of our work, about $17,000 in restitution. And I'll just wrap up. I see my time is limited, but we remain committed to helping meet increased demand for legal and social services during this time. But our ability to do so depends on the support of OVSJG. And on behalf of AYUDA, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you so much for taking the time to provide testimony this afternoon. I'm not sure if you had more that you'd like to say, but obviously we appreciate you submitting your written testimony if you haven't done so already. So thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions at this time, but feel free to just follow up with any additional information for the committee. I'm going to move on to our next witness, Elizabeth Davis. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining the committee this afternoon. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Davis, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager at Children's National Hospital. For over 150 years, Children's National has been an integral part of the healthcare safety net, serving children and families in Washington, D.C. metropolitan region. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the performance of Office of Victim Services and Justice grants. At Children's National, we partner with OVSJG on our trauma responsive medical and mental health care to the district's children and youth survivors of maltreatment provided by our Child and Adolescent Protection Center and support survivors of community violence with our Youth Violence Intervention Program. Through these programs, our medical professionals, mental health clinicians, and violence interventions specialists work in an interdisciplinary manner to provide comprehensive care to children and youth exposed to violence, including physical, sexual, psychological, maltreatment, neglect, or those at risk for harm in relation to community violence. We recognize the value of collaboration and are committed to working closely with community partners to promote safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments for children and youth. We thank OVSJG for their continued support and partnership that allows us to work more collaboratively with victim service providers. Through OVSJG's grant funding, we have been able to strengthen our workforce through the recruitment and training of new sexual assault nurse examiners. This funding has ensured that our SANEs are not only skilled, but also equipped with the resources and support necessary to navigate the emotional complexities of working with young survivors. In addition to supporting our SANE providers, OVSJG has been pivotal in helping us build and maintain a workforce that is both capable and resilient. Having adequate staff improves access to children and families, reduces the risk of staff burnout and vicarious trauma, allowing our team to maintain their focus and continue providing exceptional care to children and families we serve. Our CAPC has continued to serve as the medical arm of the District of Columbia's MDT. And in FY24, we provided medical services for 517 children, mental health screening for 223 children, and there were 684 scheduled therapy sessions for child victims of maltreatment. Our pediatric sexual assault nurse examiners conducted 44 acute forensic medical evaluations for evidence collection. Finally, we would like to thank OVSJG for their continued collaboration on our Youth Violence Intervention Program. In 2024, the Children's National Emergency Department reported 170 cases of district children injured by community violence, including 27 injured by firearms. These numbers are a stark reminder of our ongoing violence in our communities and the devastating impact it has on young lives. However, we're pleased to report that the number of children injured by community violence has decreased over the past fiscal year. We gratefully acknowledge the support of OVSJG and their strong commitment to connect children and youth experiencing sexual assault and physical assault to mental health services and resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony, Elizabeth Davis. I do not have any questions at this time. I want to make a call for our final witnesses for this panel, public witnesses, that is. Tamisha Lawrence, Gina Day Williams, and Don Dalton are the final 3 witnesses. I believe Don Dalton is available. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining the committee this afternoon. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee and staff. My name is Dawn Dalton. I'm the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. As you know, DCCADV is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in the District of Columbia. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My colleague, Michaela Deming, shared our testimony earlier this morning about our experience with OVSJG. I am here this afternoon to talk about the impact of yesterday's federal funding freeze on member programs serving domestic violence survivors here in the district. Our member programs, as well as those as domestic violence service providers across the country spent the last 24 hours in crisis. The order to pause all federal grant funding sent shockwaves through the communities that we serve. We rely on direct federal grants and pass-through grants via OVSJG and DHS to fund core staff, cover our bills, and most importantly, to provide life-saving services to survivors of domestic violence throughout the district. Just from our main 4 federal funding sources that support totals nearing $40 million in DC, without those grants, domestic violence services in the districts would be laying off staff and shutting down programs within weeks. We are grateful that after an intense 24 hours, a federal judge issued an administrative stay on the order paused through February 3rd. This is not and cannot be the time to feel relief. The stay is only in effect for a few more days. Even before the OMB memo to pause all federal funding, other executive orders issued in the past week threatened funding for key pieces of our domestic violence service safety net. We remain steadfast in our commitment to our guiding principles, including respect and dignity, social justice, cultural humility, accessibility, confidentiality, and survivor-centered supports. We share the vision of a thriving and equitable DC for all of its diverse residents within DC government and our community partners. I'm here today because we need a commitment from the DC Council and the Mayor's administration to stand with us and support all of DC, including those most marginalized and the survivors of domestic violence among us. It is untenable for domestic violence service providers to continue operations when we do not have the confidence day to day whether we will be able to pay our staff, meet survivor needs, provide life-saving programs, or even keep our doors open. DC government must step in to provide assurances and stability in the midst of uncertainty. On a final but critical note, every time we as service providers are forced to navigate crises and the news cycle spins with complicated messages about catastrophe and competing talking points, the impact on survivors gets lost. Every day, people in domestic violence situations are making decisions about their safety, options, and next steps. I want to be very clear that domestic violence services remain open and available at this time for survivors, and we will continue to provide as many services as many survivors as possible. Because this is a live and recorded hearing, we never know who may need to hear this. If you need help, please call the DC Victim Hotline at 844-443-5732 or visit our website, dccadv.org, for local resources. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for that very important testimony, Don Dalton. Tamisha Lawrence, I understand, has joined our virtual panel, so I'm going to turn to you. There we go. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to read my testimony if that's okay, as I pre-did
That's
it.
perfectly fine. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today in support of the Access Justice Initiatives. I'm a DC resident and a working mother of 4 of my own children. In 2023, I took my 10-year-old sister into my household due to an emergency situation where she could no longer live with her previous guardian. CFSA was involved in the case and told me that I should file for custody, and Judge Becker referred me to the DC Can Care Alliance. In February 2024, I contacted them to see if they could help me apply for the Close Relative Care Subsidy. They told me that before I could apply for the subsidy, I first had to apply for TANF. I thought that my income for my job would disqualify me for TANF, but they told me I could apply for only for my sister, and my income wouldn't be counted. We set up an appointment to apply on District Direct. The application was very difficult to understand. There was not enough information provided, so a person with no experience with the software could apply. The options were not listed out, so it wasn't that clear that I could apply for a child only through TANF. It looked like TANF was only available to parents, not relatives or caregivers. If DC Care had not been there helping me, I would never have known that I could receive TANF, nor have I figured out how to complete the application. At the time I took my sister in, I was already raising 4 children, one who has a disability. I took my sister in very suddenly, and the goal was to put her in a safe situation. I had to figure out a lot of things all at once. In the midst of all of that, taking the time to figure out a complicated and confusing application that should have been self-explanatory would have been too much. There were some other unexplained delays with my application, so my DC Can't Care lawyers helped me to file for a fair hearing. And right around the same time, my SNAP was terminated with no notice, and there were complications when I tried to verify my Medicaid. DC Can't Care figured out how to solve all these problems, and my benefits were fully activated. I received back payments for the months that I was waiting, and they helped me apply for the caregiver subsidy through CFSA. Now I'm receiving that too. I'm truly indebted to DC Care, helping me to obtain all these benefits because with 4 other children, I would not be able to have the means to support my sister without their help. Nor did I have the time or knowledge to sort out the roadblocks with these applications. I don't know where we'd be today if it wasn't for them. Busy, overstretched caregivers like myself who want to help children in our families need safe organizations like DC Can Care, so please continue to support our access to the justice initiative respectfully.
And thank you, Tamisha Lawrence, for providing that very personal testimony. We really appreciate you taking the time to share that with the committee. It really underscores how important the work of OVSJG is, the grants that they are issuing to support organizations like the ones that have testified today, really doing life-saving work in our community. So we really appreciate the testimony of each of the public witnesses who have testified today. We actually have only our government witnesses left, but on behalf of Chair Propinto and the other members of the committee, we're actually going to take a recess before we hear from our government witness. And so, again, I want to thank all the public witnesses who took the time out of their busy schedules to provide very important testimony. If you'd like to provide any additional testimony in writing, you can do so until the record closes on February 12th, 2025. So at this time, it is 12:56 p.m., and we're going to recess this hearing until 2 p.m. Later today. Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have had some excitement in the building today at this hearing. Everybody is safe. The smoke is resolved. Thank you for everybody's patience. And if you had been signed up to testify and your plans changed, please remember you can submit your testimony in writing to our committee and we would love to review it. We have now heard from all of our public witnesses today. Thank you all again for sharing your testimony and for the work that many of you do with so many of our residents who are in the greatest need. It was great to hear your perspective. And we are now going to turn to our government witness, Director Jennifer Porter. And please come to the table when you're ready. And if you have anyone else from your team who will be answering questions, if I can ask you to share your name and position for the record once you turn the microphone on. I can start with you.
John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer, supporting OVSJG.
Jessica Harris, Admin Officer.
Thank you. It is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So I can ask you all to raise your right hand and turn your microphones on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you all. Please take a seat. And I'd now like to invite you, Director Porter, to make any opening statement you may have.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer L. Porter, and I have the honor of serving as the Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, known as OVSJG. I'm proud to share today the outcomes and performance of our agency during fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to date. The mission of our office is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. We deliver on that mission in several ways. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants funds community-based organizations and district agencies to provide services for victims of crime, justice-involved individuals, and juvenile delinquency prevention programs. As a state administering agent, or SAA, for 11 federal victim services and criminal and juvenile justice system funding programs, OVSJG engages in planning and coordination and provides training and technical assistance to organizations and agencies receiving grant funding to provide these services. In addition to the victim services and justice grants, OVSJG operates the district's address confidentiality program, which provides a legal substitute address and mail forwarding services for eligible DC residents to maintain the confidentiality of their actual physical address. Also, the private security camera incentive program, which encourages all of our neighbors, businesses, nonprofits, and religious institutions to install security camera systems on their property. OVSJG also provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the mayor on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system. We enhance the district's response to trauma and evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. Today, I'll highlight some of our agency's activities and accomplishments in these program areas during FY24 and this far in FY25. In FY24, OVSJG administered 147 awards to community organizations and government agencies. These awards funded healing services, services for primary and secondary victims of all crime categories, training, technical assistance for community leaders and staff, and critical supports for returning citizens and reentry serving community organizations. As the SAA, or State Administering Agent, for 11 federal award programs, OVSJG received a total of 7 federal awards in FY24 and funded at $7,519,832, 4 of which were for justice grants and 3 for victim services. In FY25, OVSJG has received a total of 9 federal awards funded at $6,795,661, 6 for justice grants and 3 for victim services. All of these federal awards are multi-year awards. As I shared earlier, OVSJG operates the district's address confidentiality program, which provides the legal substitute address and mail forwarding services for eligible DC residents. Critical to the success of this program are training and informational sessions with community-based application assistants, the Metropolitan Police Department, and others. In FY24, 718 people were trained regarding the ACP program, and 85 participants were accepted. This program is proud to be a life-saving resource for eligible survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. Employees and volunteers of organizations that primarily serve eligible victims and providers of reproductive health care. OVSJG also administers the Private Security Camera Incentive Program, as I mentioned earlier, one of our more popular programs, which encourages residents and businesses to install security cameras on their property to register with MPD. The program is intended to help to deter crime and to assist law enforcement with investigations. In FY24, we're proud that 649 rebate and voucher applications were approved and 1,569 cameras were funded. Since the program's inception, 12,513 rebates and vouchers have been approved, and 29,136 cameras have been funded. In FY24, there were 6 arrests made in which video footage was extracted from a program participant. There were arrests made in 4 murder cases, 1 assault with intent to kill, and 1 robbery case, and 1 assault with a dangerous weapon case. Additionally, our agency administers the district's state advisory group, known as the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, or the JJAG. JJAG spearheads the development and adoption of the district's application for Title II funding, a federal formula award. This includes developing a 3-year plan for delinquency prevention. Our JJAG also advises the mayor and district government agencies on compliance with the core requirements of the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. The JJAG facilitates authentic youth engagement and obtains input from youth with experience navigating the juvenile justice system. Finally, the JJAG supports the monitoring of all juvenile holding, detention, and correctional facilities, as well as grant-funded community programs to ensure compliance with the JJPDA. In FY24, OVSJG made 5 awards advised by the JJAG, and the JJAG also funded our compliance monitor and racial ethnic disparities coordinator. They conducted site visits for 11 sites, including MPD police precincts and the Department of the Youth Rehabilitation Services facilities. OVSJG also makes grant awards to community-based organizations and district agencies to remove barriers to reentry and break cycles of recidivism for returning citizens. OVSJG is proud to enhance services, enhance supports, and support services for justice-involved individuals and returning citizens with our other federal and local dollars. In FY24, OVSJG awarded nearly $11 million for returning citizens and $1 million for Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act recipients. For services such as case management, housing, trauma-informed mental health services, peer support, mentoring, job readiness, mediation, and returning citizen direct clients assistance funding. I'd like to take a moment to highlight OVSJG's impact related to domestic violence housing and services. OVSJG made grant awards to community-based organizations to meet the needs of victims of domestic violence and their families. In FY25, OVSJG awarded approximately $17 million in grant funding for emergency and crisis, transitional, and long-term housing for survivors of domestic violence and their children. This includes continued funding for the new Safe Space Crisis Shelter, which offers 24/7 immediate placement for survivors, as you heard in detail earlier. This past fiscal year, our agency also adopted and implemented a more advanced, user-friendly grant management system, GovGrants. We are so proud of our new system. This change enabled us to better support the need of our grantees, help to streamline the grant management process. GovGrants has improved efficiency with advanced automation features that help us to reduce processing times and minimizes administrative burdens, especially as it relates to submitting project budgets, invoices, and site visit documents. Grantees, and as you've heard, have been raving about the new system, which allows them to easily collaborate with their grant managers for approvals, edits, and responses to their documents. Next, I'd like to turn our attention to our Community Healing Initiative. This is our partnership with the Metropolitan Police Department and the Department of Public and the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice. This initiative's aim was to expand the MPD's faith-based initiative and to convene 7 District of Columbia faith-based institutions for the primary purpose of community-based healing interventions. This community-centered initiative focuses on treating trauma to promote community healing and subsequently preventing occurrences of violence. In addition, the program focused on nurturing community engagement, novel public-private partnerships, and community-based collective of comprehensive understanding of trauma. In FY24, OVSJG staff concentrated efforts to engage and support grantees. OVSJG staff hosted 10 training events on topics such as compliance with our district's language access requirements, racial equity, and how to access key victim services in the district. We also provided training to support the grant application process, which includes grant writing training and technical assistance, our pre-bidder webinars and our peer reviewer trainings, and our grantee orientation for new and returning OVSJG grantees. We also held a training academy for truancy reduction, as well as grantee staff and as well as grantees and staff. In closing, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share our accomplishments. I also want to thank our Mayor, Muriel Bowser, for her continued investments and encouragement for our success. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding, amazing public servants who show up every day at OVSJG with their heart centered on our community and healing our community. And so thank you, and I look forward to working with you and answering any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Director Porter, for that great review. And I want to thank you and your team, those who are with you today and who work so hard at OVSJG every day throughout the year. I mean, we just heard a little bit from some of our grantees this morning about how long these dollars go and how many lives they impact as a result of the work that you are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to ask you about the funding model. And this is something we've talked a lot about over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, I think we came to an understanding of the kind of unique community-based funding model that OVSJG has, where you really, to put words in your mouth, kind of allow the community to lead what the needs are, and then the agency disperses the grants.
Mm-hmm.
So what does your analysis look like when the needs outpace the funding that is available, or when inevitable choices do need to be made between and among various important substantive priorities? And how has that looked, I should say, specifically this past year?
Sure. So I think that's always a challenge, and I think it's a challenge that, you know, we share with both the mayor and with you all in determining our budget. There will always be greater need beyond the resources that we have. And so the challenge for us in the duality of the role that we share, which is making sure first that we make sure that there are equitable practices and that we are making sure that the cumbersomeness of our process, that we're incorporating updates and we're incorporating opportunities where amazing community needs are not, there's not such a challenge for them to be funded. But the duality of that is making sure that where there is, you know, not an abundance of funding, where we're meeting that critical need. And so we do that in a couple of ways. One, to your point, making sure that the need meets the capacity that's there. And so with our funding model, the organizations who apply, they share through their project plans, their proposed budgets, what they can do. The capacity, not just of their staff, but staff that they would like to bring on, and enhancements and expansions for programs. We also do that by incorporating community in our decision-making process. So we have peer reviewers that are made up of subject matter experts and community members who, within their subject matter expertise, are being able to advise and liaise and share through data what the capacity of the community is and also what the need is. And so we do that each year, and each year we also look for opportunities to improve that process, and we're working towards that, and we're really excited about some of the improvements that we've made this year. But it's tough, and it will continue to be tough. But I think I'm proud of our team and working to make sure where we can also increase capacity, because where there is not capacity, we know that it's not just that the capacity doesn't exist in community. It could just be that our system, our application process may just be too heavy. And so we're proud of efforts like our capacity building program, where we work with grantees to help improve their capacity to serve the community more efficiently. We also incorporated some of the practice measures that I shared with our grant writers, technical support. So where those barriers feel heavier, we're able to make sure where there are needs, or where community violence or community response to violence has evolved, or the sophistication for crime has evolved, there's an opportunity for new and emerging grantees and programs to be able to be funded. And that is, you know, another additional reason for the community-based funding model. Every day, you know, there are new challenges. Our priority, and our priority has been, and our priority continues to be, to maintain our existing grantees. But the competitive nature of our process allows for new, innovative, collaborative projects and initiatives to be funded.
Thank you for that additional context. One of the things that we were hearing a little bit about throughout the year, but also this morning from some of our public witnesses, was the need for a more focus of funding on our returning citizens programs.
Mm-hmm.
And so is it your perspective that that gap is because there haven't been sufficient applications, or because those applications that came in were not awarded grants in the way that maybe the community need might be seeing?
So there's so many different layers to that. I will say that we do need to continue to invest in reentry services and in a critical way. And to, you know, to the same point earlier, resources are limited. And so where I won't speak to specific applications, or I think across our portfolio, there are challenges with applications. Across our portfolio, there are, you know, more needs, but it's hard to answer that. But what I will say is that we know where there are challenges with applications across our portfolio. We're working internally to meet those needs with some of the measures that we've talked about making sure that the barriers that exist, where we're able to incorporate a little more equity opportunities for free, working with our consultants on support with applications. But I won't, I can't say right now that particular portfolio has challenges with the applications.
Okay. We also heard from some of our HVIP providers about the need to better integrate the domestic violence work and portfolio in that space. Is that an area that you all have been aware of or working with grantees on?
So I haven't heard that from our HVIP grantees. Our HVIP grantees are very busy, and we're really proud of the critical and important work that they do. I think HVIPs has been one of our really powerfully effective programs in meeting community exactly where they are and being able to wrap them around in resources, much like most of our portfolio. The HVIP model is specifically, it's a specific modality that is designed to respond to community-based violence. But we know that, there are so many of our services that have multiple, victimizations. And so there may be some crossover or some challenges, but I have not heard that from our HVIPs. I will say our domestic violence portfolio, we're really, really proud, not just of the housing investments, but the investments in mental health services, investments in trauma-informed mental health services, that we know that are services that our HVIP grantees can also take part in and refer individuals to.
Thank you. As of today, what do you see as the biggest grant needs that you're going to be focused on as we move forward?
Yeah, the biggest grant needs.
Or the highest priority that you're planning to expand to?
Highest priority that we're planning to expand to. I think honestly, what I've heard in the past 2 years, what's been my focus, and what I've really been encouraging the team in terms of our needs is that our process is challenging. And so I think the greatest need is just our agency working to identify efficiencies, try to eliminate where there are redundancies, and make our process smoother. Our community, they know what they need. And our grantees who are on the ground working day to day, they really know the capacity. And so I think with our model, allowing for community to tell us what the salaries they need, what they need for program costs, what they need for operational costs, it allows for them to be able to let us know not just their capacity, but what their need is. And so our focus right now is making sure that OVSJG's process is smaller, so that we can really get to being responsive to survivors. Now, in terms of, the
substantive need.
I'm sorry.
The substantive need. Perhaps.
Substantive priorities. I think the challenge there isn't, and we know from a National Crime Victimization Survey, over 85% of victims don't report their crimes. And so while, we rely on our partners in our bodies, like the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, working with partners in law enforcement to be able to track both crime and victimization, so much of it, our community knows, honestly, and I won't step on anybody's toes, but they know more than, some of the other entities. And so it's really important in working with our coalitions, working with the RAN, working with the VAN, and being able to hear from them and amplifying to you all and to leadership the priorities and the needs. I think this year I also really spent time with my team and my leadership, and you heard earlier, really being able to meet with some of our grantees, meeting with survivors, meeting with returning citizens, to hear the needs, but also hear the challenges, because where we fund, for example, particular funding projects, what is happening on the ground in terms of implementation is different. And so I think, kind of to wrap things up, Mayor Bowser sets the priorities for our public safety cluster, being able to have a visual across the enterprise of public safety. And so where our funding, the projects that we fund, really being able to look at both those priorities, hearing from the community, working with our partners in public safety, that's sort of how we come up with those priorities.
Okay, thank you. I'm still gonna wanna zoom in a little bit on what those specific priorities are substantively, but I'm gonna turn to my colleague, Councilmember Felder for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Porter. It's good to see you in the new year. And
Good to see you too. Good to
thank
see
you,
Ward 7
members
here. Yes.
of your senior leadership team. Couple questions. So based on the organizational chart provided, I see you have vacant positions to include the Deputy Director for Justice Grants, Senior Management Specialist, Grant Management Specialist, and the Program Coordinator. By not having each of those roles filled, how has that impacted your office's ability to deliver and manage services?
It's greatly impacted our ability. I think it more than the quality and the efficiency of service that we provide, which I'm proud of the level in terms of our team and the challenges just with our bandwidth and our portfolio with grant managers, having to double their portfolio of grants that they manage. It is a challenge. And so where there are decisions made, not necessarily because of our heart or our desire and wanting to, seek discretionary funding or explore other programs, it really is important that we maintain that quality and that standard of care.
Thank you. And I just recently heard you say that 80% of victims do not report, which is a good segue to my next question. What is the percentage of victims who reuse the resources offered by your office more than once?
We can work to pull that and get that back to you.
How far can a victim go if they're receiving victim support, or is it only subjected to DC? Like, could they go to North Carolina? Could they, in your office fund services, can they go to Florida? Can they go to Panama?
So I would say it depends on the service. Most of the service and the service operators are in the district, but the reality is with DC being a transient state and the nature of the work that we do, we have to collaborate and work with other jurisdictions for the safety of our grantees have to work in collaboration. So not necessarily a how far, but there's definitely significant collaboration.
Under the direction of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, your office was instructed to introduce a new community initiative with MPD and the DME for PSJ. How's that initiative going? What would you say the big successes and or challenges are?
Sure. This was a pilot that we were really proud of. I think the deputy mayor really saw a need, and I think the faith-based community reached out and said, what can we do? We were aware of some of the gaps in terms of behavioral health and mental health services, and working with our sisters in law enforcement and just really seeing where we saw community violence and not having capacity for support. Our faith-based community is there. And so this was an opportunity to connect our faith, institutions of faith with our grantees and with training modalities to teach them about community healing, to teach them about the concepts of community-based violence and trauma, but to activate them as hubs and resources to be able to connect folks to support services. And I mean, we had faith institutions that had pet therapy programs. We had faith institutions that held conferences around learning about trauma and realized that from those conferences, ministries came out of that. So we're really, really proud of it. I think, obviously our new police chief is really passionate about activating and collaborating with the faith community. And OVSJG, we really feel we have the expertise within our grantees. And so with collaboration, little coordination, and some funding, we're really proud of that.
Thank you. How does your office ensure that the recipients of your grants undergo a fair and transparent process?
Yes, well, we have, I think the first thing is the process is clarified in our RFA. And we actually have pre-bidder webinars before those RFAs open, so that if there are any questions or clarity is needed before the competition is open, we allow for that. We also have a public comment and question section. And so there's not one grantee who's receiving more information than another. All of the questions are responded to publicly on our website. And this year, it'll likely be integrated with our new grants management system. We also incorporate peer reviewers, as I mentioned earlier. So not just the voice of the community, but the voice of, not just hearing the voice of the community, but the community weighs in and plays a big factor in our decision-making process. So.
You just recently mentioned the work of the police chief and all of our good work under the leadership of the mayor, coupled with the leadership of this committee or rather, when you take those three entities and you see that there has been a 35% deduction in crime overall in the district, have you all noticed a reduction in the needs of services?
So, and that's a complicated question to answer because, again, the metrics, they're different metrics, right? So if MPD and the mayor, which we have absolutely seen a reduction in crime and reduction in violent crime in our city, and we're really grateful for that. Some parts of our portfolio, we had near zero utilization for some of the programs, and that's great. But we also have to maintain those programs when people don't need them, because people will need them. So too is our portfolio. And for a lot of people, we get a lot of calls, about resources, what exists. They don't know about them until they need them. And so, we're really proud to be a part of public safety and justice. And a lot of times we don't. We're not seen, as a part of that solution, but we do consider ourselves second and third responders. And we feel very strongly you have to heal trauma to prevent trauma. Right? So we play a part of that, but where our portfolio may see increases in utilization, again, many people do not interact with or engage with or seek law enforcement for various reasons. And so, again, our grantees in our community really sees in an acute way the need. And so, but again, we're proud of all of the strides that are made, and we are a part of that, and healing is a big part of that.
No, I appreciate you. Me being a new addition to this committee, my job, respectfully, is to put y'all to business, because there will not be any need for support services because people just won't do anything. My next question is, how many Ward 7 residents are recipients of your crime victim services?
So we would have to look at additional PMI data because of the way that we are not capturing data by ward, capturing it by PSA.
Can you provide any insight into the types of crimes or incidents that are most prevalent in our community, specifically Ward 7, and how OVSJG is addressing them?
Sure. So again, as a funder, we fund community-based organizations to be able to respond both acutely and long-term. One of the sort of themes that I heard, that I hope that you all heard from the witness testimony is that healing is a lifelong journey. And so it's important for us to be able to maintain long-term services. Legal aid is really critically important in response to any crime type. I would say housing is critically important. Trauma-informed mental health services are really important. But in terms of the crime categories, which is your question, I would I don't have specifically by ward that information, but we can work to try to get that for you.
No, absolutely. And I know I do want to respect my time. I have one more question, and I'll have some follow-up questions during my next round. We know that youth and domestic violence are pressing issues in our community. How is OVSJG tailoring its services to address the unique needs of young victims and those affected by domestic violence in Ward 7
Sure,
or across the city?
sure. I think the greatest way in terms of youth, we know so many young people who are exposed to intrafamilial violence and or they're exposed to domestic violence in their homes, see secondary trauma from that. And so again, being able to heal trauma to prevent it, being able to connect, as you saw throughout my testimony, supporting and healing families and their children, survivors and their families, survivors and their children, I think is one of the most critical ways to do that. And also, prevention. Prevention is incredibly important. And, we fund prevention efforts. We worked with this year, the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence to really develop prevention, strategic prevention training to be able to increase the capacity in the community on support for prevention. And a lot of those primary prevention efforts are targeted towards youth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. Okay, so turning back to the funding decisions, and I just want to be really clear. I totally understand and respect what you're saying, that the need is coming from the community and then decisions are made from there. But at some point, there must be a prioritization going on of topics. So if you have 10 applications come in for domestic violence needs and 10 applications come in from returning citizen needs, and you have one grant left, where is it going?
So it kind of all depends. I think, again, our number one priority is to maintain the existing grantees, and that is for continuity in our community. While we would love to continue to fund innovation and, new novel projects, which we do, and we've talked about some of them, our first priority is to make sure that where community knows that resources and healing exist, that is there. The second thing is, again, working with the mayor, working with our partners. We have listed all of the categories, both for our reentry support services as well as our victim services in the RFA. So all of those categories, from human trafficking support, trauma-informed mental health, support for survivors of financial crimes, support for all of those categories are there. When it comes down to the decision-making process, there are various factors that go into that. And so I think, again, our priority is for those existing services.
Okay. And so over the last year, how many new grantees were awarded?
We have to get back to you. We would have to look through the funding categories and get back to you.
Okay, that would be helpful if we can see how many new were awarded and what the topics were for that they covered. Okay, so moving on to primary violence prevention. According to the CDC, we know that many of the prevention strategies can be very effective to prevent violence before it occurs, and we were able to partially restore some of the funding to victim services last year. I continue to hear about this need in the community, and so what specific investments has OVSJG made to support primary prevention programming?
Sure. So as I mentioned, our investment last year with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, creating our prevention training strategy. I think we fund 3 other exclusively primary prevention initiatives, including Mixer, Men Can Stop Rape, and the coalition. I'm blanking on the other one. It's those two.
Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
But again, back to our funding model, we can only fund applications that we receive, right? So those are the organizations who have submitted those applications, and those are the organizations that we funded.
Okay. The vicarious trauma funding that we've been speaking a little bit about, can you explain how OVSJG grants were previously used to support OCME, excuse me, and if you're aware of any other efforts from last year or this year to provide trauma support to OCME staff? And let me provide a little bit of clarity. I was looking at last year's budget where the funding for OVSJG to provide vicarious trauma services to staff at OCME was eliminated. So I'm asking about kind of how that funding used to be applied and if that's something you're no longer hearing as a need, or what was the rationale for that?
So, and I'll follow up with the team to clarify this, but as I remember, that was a discretionary federal award that OCME was looking to support their team. And so it's driven by the agency. So where there are federal funds that have particular earmarks for support for different projects, they can say, hey, this is a federal award that supports the lab or supports OCME. These are the things that we need. And so I'm remembering that, but I will follow up and clarify on that.
Okay, that makes sense from the federal source. Thank you very much. In terms of access to justice, we heard from some of our public witnesses today, and we know that there's a lot of really important work that goes on throughout the year in this space. The council was able to restore much of the funding cuts proposed in last year's budget. But can you speak to some of the vital services and projects that Access to Justice has been able to accomplish last fiscal year and this fiscal year?
So the way Access to Justice reports to us is a little different from the rest of the grantees. They report biannually, but yes. So yeah, I mean, essentially what was shared today, our legal aid support for tenant support, legal aid for providing support for housing, translation services, being able to fund our interpreter bank, which is critically important for survivors of all crime types to be able to access that.
And is it your sense that this will be a priority to be maintained as it is an existing grantee?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Victim Services served 52,308 victims in the district last year, with 56 new participants in the address confidentiality program, which is extremely important coverage. I still remain very concerned that Victim Services doesn't have baseline funding to compensate for what is and could be a continued reduction on the federal side. And so how are you thinking about that new dynamic to navigate and making sure that the baseline services are still met for our victims when the need is so great?
So the unique I think, challenge with OVSJG is we have to make funding decisions technically before the council even determines our budget. And we utilize, again, the community being able to tell us about their capacity. And then once we receive funding, both from the federal government as well as local, we make the assessment based on the need that's there. The reality is the need will always outpace the resources that we have. And I think as I share with what is our priority and what we will continue to endeavor is to make sure that the inequities that exist within our process, that we're continuing to work to reduce those. So that whatever fiscal climate that we're in, those critical needs, wherever the capacity exists for those organizations, the need in community can be met. Honestly, from our SPR funds to federal funds, there can be volatility, from year to year. What we do hasn't changed, and it's making sure, again, to prioritize those funding and making sure that we're working with our other partners, our federal partners, to forecast as much as we can ahead of funding decisions where we can continue to make sure that we support those grantees. That being said, that really promulgates our braided funding model, because we know from year to year, whether the council changes our budget or whether the feds change our budget, we want to make sure that there's the maximum opportunity for funding to maintain these services.
Thank you. It's my understanding that you all engaged in a number of site visits last year. I think 19 I have for victim services and 12 for justice grants. Can you summarize some of what you found on those site visits and if it informed your approach to the grant making and oversight process?
So the site visits really are, they're kind of a two-way conversation. Again, our responsibility in terms of making sure that the investments that taxpayers make, that those investments are actually meeting the needs that our returning citizens and that our victim community deserve. We want to make sure that there's not just a level of accountability, but where there are gaps that exist, we're able to learn from those site visits to inform our training lead to say, hey, here are some gaps. We know for our field, we're experiencing a lot of turnover. We know that there may be some challenges with working within our workforce and racial equity. So let's incorporate some of those trainings. There's also the opportunity for us to learn more about the things we can champion with our grantees. So in terms of it informing our grant making process, I think the site visits are really more for us to be able to understand more about the work that's happening, understand any gaps that exist, and really be able to support the grantee in implementing the completion of their award.
And I'm sorry, just to follow up on that, can you provide an example of something that you found on a site visit that then changed your approach, whether that was a gap, as you're saying, that you saw?
I can't think of anything right now, but I can. Yeah, I can't think of an example, but for the most part, most of our grantees, they are in full compliance. And so it's really, again, it's more of a conversation, I think, where when we do, kind of the deeper site visits, being able to ask for documentation, ask for additional support, and that really promulgates technical assistance. Hey, these are some of the ways that other grantees do things. Here are some opportunities, technologies, system efficiencies that may help and support. We know there's a lot that OVSJG requires of our grantees. And again, it's just a learning opportunity, but also an opportunity for us to be able to build a consensus on some of the challenges. And so for us, for example, with our, not this year, but in past years with flex funding and being able to implement flex funds. So we implemented a training in partnership with the RAN to be able to support grantees who were implementing those.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Director, a couple questions. Does your office maintain and track the progress of victims after they no longer need your services?
So, technically, that would be a question for our grantees. And unfortunately, I know there are efforts across the district to learn more about victimization and efforts to really be able to, on a aggregate level, learn more about victimization, but we don't track beyond that.
Thank you. I only mention that because as we talk about ways to improve the district's overall public safety ecosystem, I'm pretty sure there's tons of data out there that talk about individuals who are at risk. And I've seen instances in my time in Ward 7 in which, unfortunately, you may have siblings involved in domestic violence incidents, or a cousin or brother. Someone was killed, and the family has to go over and over again to apply for services. So I would encourage you all and other members of the public safety cluster to figure out how can we do a better job in targeting families who may unfortunately need these services.
Sure. I think probably in the juvenile justice space, we see a lot of kind of pioneer work from the district, investments in the district being able to look at young people. But I have to just kind of harken back to our internal operational priorities right now. Just in truth, I think I hear loud and clear us wanting to really learn more about the dynamics of the impact of our services, just flagging that the challenges that exist and the need for resources of how incredibly, I won't say challenging, I think incredibly unique our both of these populations are in terms of their safety plans and being able to engage them. It's something that we have to not just prioritize, but resource in terms of, being able to do that work. And then also just underscoring, as you illuminated this past year, we had 16 people moving $110 million. And so our utmost goal is to make sure that folks get paid, in an equitable way. Moving and integrating our new grants management system was a Herculean task. And I'm sure you heard about, procurement. We were able to master that process. And we had to work not just internally to train our entire team, but a grantee population of 197 awards. We're really proud of that. And there's a lot of work left to be done. And I think I want to work with you, Councilmember Felder, Chairwoman Pinto, and work with the mayor and leadership as we determine, those priorities moving forward, what you all see as the greatest needs, but keeping in mind the capacity of the agency, because we've got some other new projects that we're excited that, we are our priorities. And we're working to do that, and we want to make sure we do those not just with fidelity to the task at hand, but with excellence. And so, just want to flag that.
No, I appreciate that. How does OVSJG collaborate with local community-based organizations across the district to deliver victim services? And are there any partnerships or projects that have been particularly successful in improving outcomes to residents?
Sure. I'm really proud of our grantees. I think even just hearing the testimonies today, you hear about all of the great work that we're doing. We champion our grantees. And I think in being able to champion them, our community gets specifically culturally informed, sometimes spiritually informed support in ways that government, in my opinion, Jennifer's opinion, shouldn't and can't in some ways. And so I want to first champion our grantees, and we do fund them for outreach to be able to reach our community. Second, we do outreach, and we collaborate with council members. We collaborate with our partners in MPD. We collaborate with the mayor's outstanding community relations specialist. and the Office of Community Affairs to be able to amplify our grantees and to be able to amplify those resources. Because when those relationships are made directly, we can more acutely respond to community. But we want to grow. We've just hired a fantastic new data lead straight from from the field, and looking, for opportunities to really not just share what our grantees are doing, but to be able to share that data and develop that data strategy in partnership with our grantees and community leaders, and be able to inform community in a greater way. And the chief way that we do that is through our victim hotline, which we fund. And we fund them as a kind of central one-stop shop for community to be able to reach out and learn about not just the resources and services that we fund, but services that exist in the community that we don't fund.
Thank you. And my final question for this round is, can you provide an update on the effectiveness of the services funded by OVSJG, and what measurable outcomes have you seen?
Sure. Well, in terms of measurable outcomes, I think being able to have individuals housed, we also know that domestic violence is the #1 reason for homelessness for women in the district. Being able to fund a 24/7 crisis shelter, we are helping to save lives, and that's impact. In terms of measurable outcome, being able to fund legal aid for individuals to be made whole, to receive justice when either they've been evicted or they're seeking justice for a violent crime that happened. That's important. We've shared a link in our questions to our PMIs, which share more specifically the numbers of victims and individuals that that through our services that we've touched. And we're proud that of all the victims who've received information and support, 92% of the referrals to our hotline, they were connected acutely to services. And so from that promulgates even more measurable outcomes in terms of connecting people in crisis to trauma-informed mental health services, being able to support individuals with flex funds and housing and legal aid. And so we're really proud of that. But I think, and while you having your questions and question responses, I think the intangible, the safety and the mental safety, physical safety and mental safety of survivors is something that we may never be able to measure, but we have so many responses from ACP participants, directly from survivors who I've met with, who say, "Thank you for these services. Thank you. Please continue to fund this. This saved my life. I feel so much safer knowing that I have this service." So.
Thank you again, Director, for your dedication and commitment to the District of Columbia and other members of your team. I appreciate all the work. And every time I see you, after me asking how you're doing, my follow-up question will be, what can I do to put you out of business? So let me know how my office can be supportive, but thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. And thank you again for stepping in this morning and chairing part of this hearing. We appreciate it. Okay, so I want to congratulate you, Director, on the new grant system. We heard some great feedback from it this morning. It seems to be growing really well, and that's very exciting.
I want to just shout out our Chief Procurement Officer and the lead in this project, Ms. Jessica Harris, our admin officer. This was amazing. I also want to shout out Susie Dare, our former training lead, who helped us to train our grantees and our staff. I have to just give credit where it's due. This was a big task, but thanks to everybody who leaned in to support us.
Great, thank you. Can you talk about some of the features of this new system and what goals that it's meant to serve?
Sure. And honestly, I think Jessica is so much better positioned to answer this, but I'll follow up with some of my favorites. Jessica.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. The goal of the system is really to streamline operations for grantees and grant managers. In our previous system, we were literally using Excel to manage budgets in a document repository, where now we have a system that can look at spending trends, look at performance trends over the fiscal year and past fiscal years that can really help us make data-informed decisions moving forward with our grant making. So lots of really great features. And there's like a chat or a message center where grantees can get in direct contact with staff in the intermediate time. So we're really proud of the system and looking to continue to offer training and support.
And I would say, I think one of the challenges in the past couple of years, again, with our staff just really rocking through so many awards, has been communication. And so there are a lot of stop gaps and system cues. So a lot of times grantees are like, where's my money? Why haven't I gotten paid? And it could be three things. But the system really has some really great features where it's going to ask you something before you get to a next step. And so that, for us, the communication is transparent and bidirectional. But again, when we're doing things very manually, it's like, okay, what's the holdup? And so grantees being able to go into the system and see that, I think is transformative, because not only is it transparent, it helps to close the gap in real time in ways that we just didn't have capacity previously.
That's great. Thank you both. In your pre-hearing responses, you mentioned that in fiscal year 24, the agency was in conversation with various communities and the Victim Assistance Network, which informed then how the agency awarded funding going forward in FY25. Can you explain what some of those recommendations and insights were that led the agency to awarding an average 14% increase in awards, which amounts to about $5.6 million to organizations that serve marginalized communities?
Sure. So first, our state planning, particularly for our federal awards, we work with our coalitions and community members for us to be able to even draw down and receive federal awards. We create what are called the state plans. So we convene grantees, sister agencies, nonprofits, returning citizens, and survivors to be able to inform us. And so once we understand from them, we create the state plan, and the state plan then informs our RFAs. So all of our RFAs, which are consolidated, they include those priority areas that came from those conversations, as well as priorities from our networks and our coalition, as well as the mayor, and priorities from public safety, as well as priorities from the council. Some of your earmarked projects are also there in the RFA.
Okay, thank you for that. And kind of as that process was ongoing, what were some of the specific priority areas that were mentioned?
Sure, I'll talk more specifically recent priorities and our recent convenings for our re-entry state plan programs. Housing is critical. Housing is not only critical, it is, I would say, what's beyond critical, emergent. And so making sure that we have investments in district housing specifically for men and for women. We're hearing that loud and clear, that we need more support for women's reentry. Family reunification came up as priority, and I think particularly for returning citizens, I think we know that MORCA exists, we know that the Ready Center exists, we know these government resources exist, but our community, they know what they need. And being able to connect with family, support with family reunification is critical to reducing recidivism. So being able to fund amazing grantees who do that work is really a priority. We're also hearing the importance of transportation. And so we're proud to also fund transportation for actually both sides of our portfolio, but specifically in the reentry community. As well as flex funds. And, there's lots of discussion, but being able to support community organizations and their infrastructure so that they can continue to implement those initiatives.
Thank you so much. That's helpful to kind of hear about. And most, if not most of those topics really have to do with reentry and returning citizens. And so that's kind of what I was trying to get at earlier with, if one of the primary goals is to maintain the existing funds, which is an honorable goal, and I totally get that. And also we have this expanding need around services for the reentry population, then it is useful and necessary for us to know how many grants are actually being expanded to that second category. Because if not enough, then we may need to rethink that first goal of funding what we're already funding if the needs are changing. The victim hotline is one of the most important resources that you all offer, in my view. I'd like to know how the service can be supported and expanded, and has it worked at all in tandem with the 211 warm line that the city administrator's office rolled out last year through OUC?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So the hotline view all manage, I think is really important. And last year, the city administrator rolled out what he called a warm line, which is for 211 to call and get connected to resources. So how are those numbers, hotlines, warm lines, whatever we're calling them, intersect at all if they do? And if not, is there room for collaboration there?
So I'd have to follow up on the specifics of collaboration. What's great about our hotline, what's great about all of our resources, our particular hotline is administered by one of our amazing grantees. And so they're able to connect residents and triage them to a plethora of services, both government services and community-facing services. But I don't know specifically about the warm line. I know the warm line came out of a pilot phase, but I can follow up on that.
Okay. And maybe they're not crossing over right now. And maybe they should be separate things, but it just occurs to me as we're trying to make everyone in the city a kind of one-stop shop, so it's a little more intuitive for people to go to the first place, maybe worth exploring that a little bit. How many calls did you all receive through the hotline last year?
7,932.
1,000 FY24? And how many have we received so far in FY25?
I don't think we have that yet.
Right, we just closed. Okay.
We just closed our Q1, our first quarter reporting.
Okay. What are some of the, actually, I'll come back to that. Let's talk about truancy for a moment. So in last year's budget, the mayor took out the truancy reduction grants for Stand Up Show Out, SUSO, which was $2.9 million, which was originally in OVSJG's budget, and then moved them to the truancy reduction programs based out of the Department of Human Services. My understanding, under a theory that the truancy work should all be kind of housed in one place, and the Human Services cluster may be better to coordinate some of the expanded needs that are involved in some of that work. I'm still very concerned that with a 48% truancy rate in the district, with among some of our students, that there needs to be more collaboration with our education agencies. Has OVSJG worked with the Office of State Superintendent of Education and DC Public Schools to identify a strategy to maximize the impact of the limited truancy funding that we have?
So we have collaborated with OSSI, and it's my understanding that those funds were actually appropriated to OSSI. So we've transitioned we've worked exclusively with OSSI to transition the entire program, all of the data and information for the program. And
Okay.
I think you're absolutely right. That was the clarity that we received in terms of the strategy for the mayor to co-locate both resources, those FTEs and services within the education cluster, but that OVSJG maintain a commitment to collaborating as the subject matter experts in the space of reentry and victim services. There's so much overlap. And, we were really proud to administer the program and just the legacy of the program. But we know, we confidently transitioned the program, and we know it's in great hands at OSSI.
Great, thank you. And is it your understanding that those funds are being carried out by OSSI this year, kind of as intended?
That is my understanding.
Okay, great. Let's talk a little bit about restorative justice grants, and specifically for Access Youth. In your pre-hearing responses, you say that the grantee is assessed by their work plans. Can you provide a little more detail about what metrics from their work plans you track and evaluate that you think are the most important performance measures in your analysis of success?
So I would have to look at their specific work plan to get back to you, but the premise of the response is if a grantee applies and says, hey, Director Porter, we want to provide transportation and mental health services, those performance metrics are going to marry the identified project that the grantee has written. And so while we have sort of a menu of performance metrics that meet the victim services and or reentry portfolio, it depends on what that implementing agency's capacity, what they wrote for, what we funded, what we're going to be measuring. So that's the premise of the response. It's based on what they asked. We wouldn't, if there's a mental health provider, we wouldn't be asking them how many beds that they're of housing units if they're doing mental health services.
The Building Blocks DC gun violence programs served 10 victims of gun violence with housing and 676 with mental health services, according to your pre-hearing responses. What other initiatives to assist victims of gun violence has OVSJG funded to date?
Sure. So all of our, and again, this is one of the things that is a challenge when we talk about discrete victim categories, because when we fund trauma-informed mental health services, it's not exclusively for domestic violence unless that grantee is applying specifically for a project specifically for domestic violence. And so when someone calls the hotline, if we have, one of our centers for healing or one of our virtual mental health providers, they're not all discreetly for one thing. And so a lot for legal aid, for emergency housing, to your point about building blocks, and for mental health, to be able to say we're giving $30,000 or $300,000 to a mental health provider, it takes a couple layers to be able to say we've given this specifically for gun violence. So I'm not answering your question, but I'm clarifying why we don't have that, for our entire portfolio. Now, the Building Blocks project was specifically for that. And for some of our projects, again, if they apply, they may be earmarked specifically for that, but many of them are not.
Okay.
But we can, again, I can follow back up with you and get, more clarity, but it's not always discrete. Like, we're only doing sexual assault, we're only doing domestic violence for many of our grantees.
Okay, and that makes a little more sense maybe for our conversation a couple minutes ago of how these funds are dedicated or how these priorities are determined. So kind of back to some of our planning for what might be happening with funding sources. At the federal level, have you all been exploring any other non-governmental partnerships or public-private partnerships that we may be able to innovate on to ensure that the funding basic needs are still met in the event that something new happens?
Sure. So I think we're obviously working with the Deputy Mayor and Mayor Bowser on assessing what our assets are, but our core function is to make sure that the resources that we have, we're funding them with fidelity, and that we're meeting, as many of the needs as possible with the funds that we have. At this time, we are not exploring any other funds. And again, I think I'm trying to over-articulate the capacity of the agency and making sure that our core function is met. and how critically important in these times that we're able to make sure that with the federal funds and local funds that our grantees are positioned in a way that our process is not another barrier. So, we're in challenging times with all of our funding sources. And again, we're working in concert with administration leadership and, to understand where we are and moving forward from there.
Thank you. In terms of your own agency and staffing, do you have the capacity and staffing necessary to robustly monitor grants throughout the year to ensure that funding is maintained and that the grants are being used and funds implemented as you envisioned?
So staffing in terms of the FTEs, yes. Working to make sure that we maintain our staff and that the workload is not too heavy for our staff. That's our priority. And again, consistent with our other operational priorities is making sure that, our grantees have what they need, but also that our staff have what they need to be able to do their job effectively.
You've mentioned a couple times the importance of housing and how this keeps coming up as a need from the community. What type of specific service needs have you been hearing about, or are you looking to do more work in the coming year as it relates to housing?
Services for housing? Specific
Like, is
services
it
for housing?
mostly about evictions, legal aid? What are the?
So long-term and temporary housing, longer-term housing, I think is a critical need. I think one of our grantees shared, the average of 24 months of need, but you can't really predict. And so being able to make sure that we're maintaining crisis, emergency, and long-term specific acute victim housing is important. So that along their healing journey, housing is central to everything. It's central to employment. It's central to, family unification. It's essential to all of that. And so making sure that from our portfolio, we're able to maintain that housing.
Thank you. Are there any other efforts underway, perhaps with an interagency partnership that the executive is focused on with emergency housing or longer term housing, especially with a population that might not have a stabilized income or domestic violence survivors?
So I know, the administration has been working really hard to make sure that there is affordable housing in the district, and that impacts our community. I don't want to, add a superlative, but I do think that we are, on both sides for returning citizens and for survivors are probably the greatest impacted by challenges with housing. I would say we're probably now positioned as an agency to be able to have further conversations and coordination. And it's important that they're not happening in silos, right? And so where OVSJG and our core functions as a funder and not as a housing expert specialist, where we're able to really coordinate, it's important. And I think, some of the challenges right now are our grantees are coordinating. And I do think that's an area of growth for us to coordinate. And I think we're now better positioned to be able to do that.
Okay. And yeah, because OVSJG is in the public safety cluster. And so there are a lot of natural tie-ins able to happen with our public safety partners. That's really important. And because of the housing needs that you're talking about, that is generally a different cluster. And so I want to make sure that we're not kind of missing out on those opportunities for collaboration, just in the way that we're set up as a government with our topic clusters.
Right. And I think, I'm looking at it twofold, both as a leader and as a champion for returning citizens and survivors. I think people are called to this work as a leader because they want to help people. And I think where individuals have a particular knack, a particular expertise where, they think about housing and they get up, out of their bed about that. We too share that dream from the perspective of, our healing community. And so I think, in the past year, and I'm really proud and shout out to our victim services leadership from our perspective of the expertise that we have. And I'll repeat one of our grantees who mentioned in testimony, and I really appreciated that we are the national standard. I agree with that because of how unique our system is. Mr. Nitz works for a different agency in other states. That's very different. And the laws that govern housing are different. And our agency does not have that expertise. So we do have to collaborate. And so what is our core function as grant makers, being able to, even just the past couple of years, our leadership, just, with DHS, what does your grant agreement look like? What does your grant process look like? Synergy from that perspective, because the grant professionals who are called to this work, who many have come from the field and want to center this work, they want to center this work. And so I'm excited about the deputy mayor and her leadership and really wanting us to anchor to our core functions so that, we can collaborate with that expertise, with that national standard expertise, but our colleagues can take it to the height of their profession in ways that I think is not a dilution of what we do, but it's an expansion of what we do in ways that I think the time that we're in is calling for more collaboration. So it's yes and I think too a little bit of our positioning and where we are. I think we're in a good place to really further those conversations.
Well, thank you for that. And I really appreciate that perspective of everyone's focus on their core function, because I worry sometimes if we all try to be all things to all people, then we might not actually make any impact. And so I think that's a wise strategy. Let's talk a little bit about the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. In your pre-hearing responses, you noted that there were 19 domestic violence related homicides in 2023. 9 of those were intimate partner violence, and 42% DV fatalities were firearm related. I have always believed that this number is actually much higher because of how many conflicts originate based off of an intimate relationship, even if it's not between the two specific people in the partnership or relationship. How has MPD streamlined its notification process to alert CFSA of children being present at the scene of homicides?
I would have to defer any process or protocol for MPD to our colleagues in MPD.
Okay. Have there been any steps taken to implement the recommendations of additional support for child survivors who have lost a parent to intimate partner homicide?
So I'll just take a step back to center the role of the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board and our role of centering the solemn task of our subject matter experts and community to be able to review these unfortunate fatalities, learn about the circumstances of how they lived and their experiences, and the system level changes that could have been made that could prevent future fatalities. And so the role of this body is to make those recommendations, and we're proud to continue to track them, continue to inform our sister agencies, nonprofit organizations and partners, and those reports aim to make those recommendations from an informed perspective where experts are looking at the lives, the lived experiences of these individuals. But the implementation has to happen at the agency level. And so to answer your question, what strides have been made, we're proud of the work that we've done and making those expert recommendations. But I would just encourage you to follow up with the implementing agencies. One of the things that we understand, both as a participant in other fatality boards, but also as the administrator of one, our perspective is our perspective. And the implementing agencies have unique situational needs or things that may preclude them for whatever reason from implementing those. And so it's important to understand that. And any recommendations that we've gotten, we're like, thank you for the recommendation. We want to have a meeting so that individuals understand how the agency is positioned and that, we understand the reasoning behind that, because the review is confidential. And so being able to have that kind of dual conversation is important, and I would want you to make sure that you have that.
Thank you. Let's talk about the private security camera incentive program.
Yes.
This program has become very popular.
Yes.
Congratulations on awarding over 1,500 vouchers and rebates for cameras last year. Can you talk a little bit about how some of those applications were for vouchers and how many were for rebates? And you said in your pre-hearing questions that there are 695 rebates. So is that accurate to assume there are 874 vouchers provided?
One second. I think in my testimony, I coupled both the vouchers and the rebates. And while I'm flipping there, I want to give a special shout out to Rob Petty, who is the administrator of this program, hardworking public servant, who, if you've had the pleasure of meeting with him and talking with him, you'll know how proud we are of him and his work. Sorry. Right, so 649 rebates and vouchers. We can work really quickly to get you the discrete number. I know for FY '24, I don't think we had any vouchers. It was all rebates.
Okay, and so have we started the voucher program?
The voucher program has never stopped. We have to have applications to be able to fund. So if we don't receive any viable applications, we can't fund them.
Okay, but we have had some viable applications in FY '25. We just don't know what the number is yet, or am I misunderstanding?
I actually don't. I don't know about the numbers that we received for FY '25 yet.
Okay. But, or I'm trying to understand what you mean then when you say the voucher program has never stopped.
So there's not a cutoff. Everyone can apply. So people apply, we process the application. It's not like an open or waiting period.
Okay.
As soon as we receive the application, then we will assess the application and we'll fund it. The voucher program is a much smaller program because of the requirements. If well, not necessarily because of the requirements, because the population, the eligible population for that program is much smaller. And so because of the requirements of the program, it's just a smaller pool.
Gotcha. Okay. As you know, my Omnibus Bill Secure DC from last year requires an expansion of the private security camera program to include exterior cameras and glass break sensors for small businesses. In your pre-hearing responses, you mentioned that you have until October 1st, 2025 to implement this program. While the legislation does allow implementation up until October 1, 2025, can you provide a more precise timeline on where you think you are on this?
Sure. So, October 1st, we got the fiscal authority to be able to hire additional staff. Thank you for the additional support. We're working with our DCHR colleagues now to bring on those additional persons for the program. We also have to work with OIG through the regs process on that. As you know, window glass sensors are not in, well, maybe you don't know, but I'm sharing it's not something that was in our expertise. And so we've been working with the team to just do some research and explore as we set up the program. And so I think the answer to the question was just what, the effective date for implementing, but we're looking to kind of close the loop very soon on the regs. We'll have the staff hire very soon. And I think within the next 6 months, we'll have the program up.
Okay, exciting. I assume almost everything is in your expertise, so I did not know. But
not window break sensors, no. But guess what? It will be.
It will be.
Very
That's
soon.
right.
Yes.
That's right. Last year, the agency said that you were having internal conversations about expanding this program to include dash cams as we continue to work on combating carjacking, car thefts, and car break-ins. What's the status of those conversations?
So I want to frame that. We have conversations about expanding everything. Mayor proposes the budget, you all approve it, and we go from there. We have dreams of expanding a lot of things, not specifically this program. We entertain specific conversations around dash cams because there were legislative efforts and there were some pilots that we wanted to explore the crosswalk while that investment was there. And so we explored it. And then, we were, we have the opportunity from Security C to expand it in a different way, and we're working to implement it in that way.
Okay. Yeah, I remember there were some car companies that also came out with some support for those dash cams. And so
Right.
hopefully some of those efforts can continue.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to ask you if you'll work with me on an idea.
Okay.
So we have a couple of areas in our city where people are engaging in extremely fast kind of car racing, sometimes removing parts of their car in order to make more noise, which keeps residents up. And so I have a bill that I introduced, I want to say 2 years ago, called the Vehicular Noise Reduction Amendment Act, or something like that. And my hope was that we could get it passed and fund a pilot program to provide some of these cameras. They've done this in New York City, they've done this in Madrid and Paris, and it's really amazing technology. Each camera is $25,000, so we would only need a couple. And the camera is placed at these kind of freeways or areas where high-speed traffic goes by. And when the decibel are above a certain threshold, it takes a photograph of the car. So there are no high-speed chases, and it automatically filters out if it's an ambulance or a police car. And then it sends it to a reviewer who can review and say, yeah, it looks like that car's muffler was removed. Perhaps we should send this person a ticket. I have tried to implement this program with Department of Transportation. I'll just say, honestly, I have not made progress with that route path. And so I take this to you as you are now going to be an expert in glass sensor breakers. And I don't want to, put everything on OVSJG, but as you all have done a great job in these camera rebate programs to date, perhaps OVSJG is the better vehicle to fund a few of these cameras to try as a pilot if this could be an avenue safely without high-speed chases to reduce these few areas of the city where people are zooming by, creating safety hazards and noise disruptions.
Okay. So the first thing that I'll say is thank you for thinking about this in a iterative way where, and thank you for having the conversation about it. I'm looking forward to what this expansion means and what it means for our portfolio. I'll share this for your thoughts as you kind of consider our portfolio and our request, not just our request, but the calling for the deputy mayor for us to center our core function as funders. And I get this question all the time, and I'm unapologetically, transparent about it. We're funders, and we fund healing. And while how far we go with prevention, how far we go into, public safety, law enforcement, we will work as collaboratively as you would like to. As we expand, our expertise is funding and funding healing. So where the private security camera program comes in and the expertise that our amazing staff that I mentioned, there is a healing in community being able to have cameras and being able to know about their community and in real time be a part of a lack of hopelessness when something happens within your block or within your community. There is a healing and to be a part of community where no amount of money, no resources other than justice and closure for a crime that has happened or a horrific homicide that has happened in community, and the community is able to, through community and community collaboration and coordination and cooperation, close cases. That is healing. That is what the amazing individuals that I have a privilege to get up every day and lead are called to this work. I say that not as an incongruency to the idea, but the reality is for staff that are working in their gifting and in their calling, where the feedback loop for us in our community, learning healing modalities, the conferences that we go to, learning from other colleagues who are in our position, I want you to consider where our expansions go. Do we close that feedback loop, locating it here, where further collaboration needs to exist in other agencies where they're not centering healing, which is the center of all that we do. So I want to offer that as a thought in our pathway to that. I am so proud when we partnered on the Real-Time Crime Center and we saw it, for us as funders, we had like stars in our eyes because we hear the stories of healing in our community and people being able to say, we were able to make our community whole because of these cameras. That's why we get up, and that's what our community needs. And our sisters and our sister agencies in law enforcement, when they're lighting up in a different way when they see the cameras. We're like, wow, this is really cool. This is amazing. But if you ever have the privilege and opportunity to come to our agency and see how like Jenga puzzle pieces, my grant makers make dollars and cents happen with a multi-million-dollar budget, it is magic. It is everyday public servants who roll up their sleeves. And I'm so proud we really are the national standard because our system is more unique than any other jurisdiction. And so I offer this to say, we show up with what we do in excellence. And whatever you bring us, we're gonna do it with excellence. But is it an excellence that we will continue to have that feedback loop and grow and bring excellence from other jurisdictions, from conferences, from other SMEs? I don't know that, but I want you to just offer that as we think about that.
No, I really appreciate that perspective and I hear you. And the only reason I was thinking it really was because the infrastructure that you have now built as it relates to cameras seems like perhaps an easier avenue to add 2 or 8 cameras to.
I got you.
But I hear you on the central mission. So let's continue the conversation because I would really love to try to make a dent on this issue this year. And so let's keep talking about it. Thank you, Director. So just a couple more questions. The pre-hearing responses about the cameras, you noted that MPD used footage captured by private cameras 22 times in FY23. And so how does that compare to FY24? And is that something that we track directly on if a program recipient then contacts MPD?
So MPD tracks and informs us of the number of cases and the number of requests that they make from program participants. And we actually track that and we produce that on our website on a quarterly basis.
Okay. So the number I have is 22 times for FY23. Do we have the number for FY24?
6.
That's the number that the MPD has been contacted? Or MPD has used the footage captured?
Use the footage.
For a successful arrest. Okay, and how about FY25 to date?
We don't have that.
We don't have that yet.
We collect it on an annual basis.
Okay. Doesn't that seem a little unusual that we had 22 instances in 2023 and then we significantly expanded the program and only had 6 in 24?
I will say that I would say globally, there were a lot of reduction in certain areas in FY24 because of the collaboration and efforts. We can circle back, but I think MPD would be better positioned to inform us on those asks. Just honestly, they would be able to let us know.
Okay.
Our role is to make sure that those cameras are funded and to connect them to MPD so we can follow up.
Got you. Okay, great. Because I certainly know anecdotally that many people have found those cameras to be very empowering, even just to have them there and have that option. But it may be another area to focus on the education, not just to utilize the program, but to make sure that you're sharing information with law enforcement when there is an issue.
Yes. I think one of the things, 15 cases and 6 arrests, to clarify.
Got it. Okay.
I think one of the things that is important, again, to our central core function and our framing to center healing, we had a bit of a, not information gap, but it is important that individuals who participate in the program understand the discrete separation between OVSJG and MPD in terms of access to their data. And so I just want to flag that because we have to continue to over-articulate. We work with Chief Smith to over-articulate that because it is important. And from a healing perspective, it is critically important for our community to know that. And so that relationship where OVSJG kind of says, this is what we're funding, let us know about, closing the cases and things like that. It is completely voluntary for our participants, and they know that. And so I just want to make that point.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I have a report from the DC auditor that looks at the rate of rejection for voucher applications. And they say that the rate of rejection for voucher applications far exceeds the rate of rejections for rebates. Is that your understanding? And if so, why do you think that trend persists?
It's a smaller pool. So, to have a smaller end, that can impact the rates. I think the other thing is the program, again, was not, I won't call it cumbersome, but there were some challenges. And I think if you talk to anybody who has applied for the program, it's like, wait, I sent everything. And we're like, no, we need a receipt. Oh, well, why didn't you ask for that the first time? And it's like, well, it's on the website, but then you have to read it. So we've worked really hard, as I mentioned, in the past 2 years to make our processes smaller. And so we're really proud last year to have launched the application assistant, which before folks even fill out that application, it's a checklist asking, do they have the required documents for verification? And I think the first month that we launched the application assistant, there were 70 applications in the assistant, which were people that were stopped to go back and get information, which impacts our declination rate. Right. So again, in making government more accessible, the other piece is we launched our private security camera ambassadors program, which was activating MOCRs, MPD, and other outreach agencies to be able to clarify and demystify some of the challenges with the application process so that when folks are applying, some of the requirements, they're already really clear and have clarity on any challenges with that. So we're really proud of that. And again, we sort of have a dual role of making sure that preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. And so our application process, while we're working to make it smaller, we do have to have that standard, and we're working to make sure that that standard is more accessible.
Thank you. I want to go back to something we talked a little bit about earlier with the kind of making the grant process more accessible. And you talked about the work that your agency has done to ensure that the kind of information flow and intake is a little bit more manageable. For the data sets that you do request of your grantees, how is that information informing your oversight, your monitorization, your kind of plans moving forward and what the needs are?
Great question. I'm excited because we use the data. I think one of the challenges with our performance data when we look at our awards and we say, we have our grantees who say, we need more funding, we need more funding. And the challenge is they haven't spent their whole award, right? We don't have the fiscal case in terms of, increasing an award. But when we look at that data and we see not just the utilization on the award or the performance on the award, but they're also able to share additional data that helps to clarify with us where the gaps exist. where and how and when individuals, if they've, wrote a project plan to serve 70 individuals and they've served 120. That, helps to inform us where those gaps exist. So I'm excited. As I mentioned, we have a new data lead, and we're just now really at the precipice of being able to do even more in publishing that data, really looking and curating to be able to illuminate what victimization looks like in DC, but more importantly, what this amazing portfolio of services and supports for returning citizens, what it really looks like, being able to give a picture of that. I'm really excited about that.
Wonderful. Me too. Well, that concludes my questions for you today, Director. I want to give you a chance, as always, if there's something that you want to touch upon that we didn't get a chance to talk about, or if you have any closing remarks.
Sure. I think what I'll say as sort of our chief advocate for survivors and returning citizens, I am so proud to fund the amazing work that we do. And for all of the over 700,000 residents that we serve, tap in, we do this for you. We center you and your needs and the excellence that you deserve. And so in moments where, we're not up to it, we wait and we allow, in the moments where our team is still working and still crunching, we're there. And so, but where healing is needed, we're here, and we really want to encourage. I think sometimes these conversations about funding and what's happening and what's not happening, we decenter that critical need. Go to these amazing industry standard grantees. They're doing amazing work. And so just want to encourage that and want to encourage all of our sisters in public safety and our amazing team to continue the great work. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Director. Thank you for being here today, and to your entire team for all of the important work you do throughout the year. I also want to thank you for the collaboration that you have engaged with us and our committee throughout the year. Sometimes when things happen in this space, they are emergent, which means they might happen late at night or over the weekend. And you have always been extremely responsive and wonderful to work with. And that goes for your whole team. So thank you for the work that you do. I know it is difficult work and it is extremely important work, and it's going to be a tough year like they all are. And so we're looking forward to working with you. I also want to thank my team for all of their hard work with this agency and with today's hearing. And we are eager to have an even safer and more productive year ahead. With that, the time is 3:51 p.m.